is posting Jason Kenney's email, premier@gov.ca. Make him stand now. It looks like a lot of people are calling Jason Kenney out, saying he should be driving down. He should be coming and meeting with the protesters. He should be speaking with them. He should be engaged in negotiating with them. Let's see here, RCMP. Let's see, lots of, okay,
Mel,
so we've got James back, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just talking to a couple of guys. You guys want to tell us how you guys feel? How do you guys feel about everything right now?
We feel positive and we feel energized.
Feel
I
energized.
proud of Canada for the first time in a long time. It's good to see guys sticking together. One nation, under God.
I don't know if you can hear that, Mel, but everybody here is feeling pretty positive. You know, they feel proud. They feel proud of Canada right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're standing up for what they believe in, and you know, they think they're right, and they think that they have a right to protest here.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that's what they're doing right now. They're peaceful. They're not destroying anything. I have watched people pick up garbage for days. They've been keeping things clean. They've complied with the requests from the town. They have supported each other. They've brought in food. They've brought in medical supplies. There was reports of one person with a diabetic emergency, and the protesters drove that individual back into Milk River to make sure that that person could get the medication that they need. You know, it's been a pretty supportive feeling around here since Saturday, sorry. And you know, they're good people. They're hardworking, blue collar people, and they just don't want to be mandated to take a medication.
Mm-hmm. Has anyone indicated that, you know, they're there for the long haul? They're not moving until their demands are met?
You know,
that's pretty much the sentiment.
I've spoken to several protesters, specifically the ones that started the original blockade, that pulled across the highway, that shut everything down, that blocked the transport trucks that had come north across the border, in between the border and the village of Coots. You know, they said they're in it for the long haul. They said that they're here, they're staying. They said that they would be taken out in handcuffs. This morning, many of the protesters said that they are, if you're charging one person, you're charging us all. They want their day in court.
Looks like the police the RCMP are still sort of slowly making their way up, truck to truck to truck, getting a little bit closer each time to the actual blockade, and how far are they now from the sort of gathering of protesters?
So that gathering of protesters that I just went and talked to there, they are not far now, but the protesters are on the scale site here, and the RCMP are still making their way down the highway. So I don't know if you can see here, but here's where the RCMP line is here, and if you go straight across, just across this the area where the truck parking here at the scale, that's where this is actually a lot of these guys that are here. These are the farm equipment that broke through at the Milk River checkpoint. That's this group here that we were just talking to. There's the drivers here have been hopping out of their vehicles as the RCMP work their way back down this line. As they work their way back down this line, the drivers are exiting their vehicles and going to join the other protesters in other spots. There's been protesters here that have started to plug up areas in the ditch. This is mostly so the RCMP and tow trucks can't get vehicles through here. The majority of these trucks, there's trucks here from Saskatchewan. There's different construction equipment. These guys have all started hopping out of their trucks. They have left their trucks running as they move backwards. I haven't seen anybody get removed from a truck yet. but they are making their way back down this line here so far. This truck here looks empty as well. So it's it's one truck at a time. I can't speculate what'll happen when the RCMP reaches the bulk of the protesters. It looks like behind this primary line here, there's still protesters back that have set up a couple more positions, at least two more full kids. And I don't know if you can see this very well, but if you take a look through here, there's even it looks like there's protesters and other media that are lining the road in the ditches, but like this tractor here has just dropped the disker all the way across the highway. It's completely impassable. So I don't know what happens as these guys continue to move. The RCMP are still moving backwards.
Now, James, having said what you just said, is there going to, with what you said was just dropped across the highway, is there going to be an issue then for emergency vehicles to get through, which is one of the main concerns and requests of the RCMP?
You know what? I am not entirely sure, because there is another entrance to town. There is a gravel road that goes into town. It does cross some private property that has been causing a sticking point with community members and with the RCMP. There has been some conflict there. I tried to talk to that property owner earlier. She was not interested in giving an interview. She just gave me a couple of statements. And I don't see that road has had its access blocked, but I can't confirm that from this position, and I'm not sure that I can get back that far, as the RCMP have kind of they're moving up behind the protest, or as they're clearing vehicles. It looks like they're moving forward here as well.
Okay. More comments coming. Jade says this is about freedom. Bill says thank you, truckers. Kathy says stay strong. Let's see here. The government has waged war against its own people. What else do we do? Says Laura.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, there has just been a development here. The protesters that were just in front of the farm equipment over where we were just interviewing them, they are now moving, and they are blocking the highway just behind these trucks here.
Physically,
so
like they're with their bodies, or are you like, are they, what are they?
Right now, they have just moved into this area here. So actually, the RCMP, it appears, have withdrawn a bit. So let me just move out here. The protesters are now moving across the highway, and the RCMP, they were just up here at this vehicle, and the RCMP, it looks like they're withdrawing back.
The RCMP are backing up?
They've withdrawn from the original direction that they were coming from, and the protesters have now started to spread across the highway. So
any chance you can ask somebody what their goal is right now? Any chance you can try to get a comment from somebody what they're hoping right now, why they're moving forward, why they're coming to this area?
Let's see. Looks like the RCMP might be going to go steal my vehicle, maybe. No, they're actually just two RCMP are now approaching the crowd that's moving across the highway. So as the protesters took to the highway, the RCMP actually withdrew and moved back, and now it looks like just two regular members are walking out protest area. Just over here. Let me see.
So those are the officers there you just walked past, correct? These are the officers?
Yeah, just these two now. The other group's withdrawn, and just these two have walked over. Why the move over to here, guys? Just to hold the line. So that's it. They're saying that the RCMP is here to intimidate them, and they're going to hold the line. They're moving over in front of the line that the RCMP was taken, and they're now stretching out across the highway.
Okay.
And yeah, it looks like they're out here across the highway, and the RCMP is completely withdrawn, well back to the first trucks that they've cleared. They're now back past that area.
James, you're breaking up just a little bit, but we can still hear you. Are you seeing other media there covering this right now?
I don't know if you've seen them, but there's two rebel reporters that are right up here with me. They arrived here on Monday. They've been fairly close to the situation, and obviously they've had they were part of getting these guys lawyers yesterday. I have seen CTV here. They were here yesterday. I believe some of the protesters actually blocked them in yesterday. Obviously,
So protesters blocked the
they
media in?
yeah, yesterday they did block in the CTV vehicles yesterday. That was a point of tension yesterday afternoon. I do see some CBC vehicles here, but I haven't seen any journalists that I recognize, other than the rebel reporters. There is just a ton of citizen journalists around here. Everybody's got a cell phone out. Everybody's got a cell phone camera. They're taking pictures. They're taking video. They're live streaming to different social media groups. I don't know if you can see this here now, but the protesters have just kind of crowded around the RCMP, and they're having a civil conversation.
Are you able to get a little closer and we can hear a little bit, or do you have phone capacity? I know it's very cold. How cold is it right now there, James?
It is minus 19 without the wind chill. I'm not entirely sure. The biggest problem that we're having right now is actually cell phone service.
Yeah.
There is one cell phone tower in this area, and there are a lot more people than this cell phone tower was ever designed to handle. So we've just had some service issues dropping out. That's why the phone was cutting out there. You can see that they're still moving in more farm equipment here to block the line to stop from more equipment getting in here. I'll make my way over and see if we can get some of this conversation between the protesters and the RCMP. You know, these guys are stinging. These guys are saying we're not going to be intimidated. You know, nobody's yelling, nobody's screaming. They're not fighting with the RCMP. You know, for the most part, these people really respect the RCMP and the job that they have to do. But you know, they're problems with the government, not with the police. So I don't know if you can see this, but you know, the RCMP and the protesters, they're shaking hands. You know, they're having a good, positive conversation. It's
Yeah, I definitely think the optics of this is that it is peaceful, and you know, there doesn't seem to be a real kind of conflict outside of the fact that really the RCMP are calling on the blockade to be lifted at the border. You know, they're fine. They seem to be fine with protesters staying in the area. Even the mayor of Coutts has said they are fine with protesters staying in the area. But the point is that blockade is as far as the RCMP are concerned, is impeding, you know, critical infrastructure and the transportation of goods and services across the border.
Yeah, and you know, Mel, that was one of the conversations that was held earlier this morning. You know, the drivers have been talking together as a group. You know, they're making decisions as a committee. There's no one leader here. This whole group has been put together by like 3 or 4 different groups that all converged into one area. And when they got here, they shared a common goal and decided to move forward. And you know, one of the first things that they talked about this morning was that they know that they can't keep an international border crossing, the only 24-hour border crossing into Alberta, closed indefinitely. So they discussed that, and they knew that they were going to have to give, and they knew that they were going to have to move off of a solid no mandates or nothing position. But they were expecting some communication back. And they also knew that if they moved off of their hardline stance, that they would lose negotiating power. And that if they began to give before the RCMP and before the government opened discussions with them, that they would lose their bargaining ability. And it looks like, I mean, I don't know. I was confident this morning that negotiations would start, and there was talks of a rolling blockade where northbound lanes would be closed for an extended period of time while southbound lanes were open, and then they would switch. And I got the feeling that they intended to move to hindering cross-border traffic and slowing down the highway, and would release a complete blockage. Now, I don't know what happened in those hours after those discussions happened earlier this morning. I had gone around to try to catch up with some of the residents, and prepared for triggered, and just right before 1 o'clock, we heard the helicopter take off. It's a very small community. That helicopter taking off pretty much rattles every wall inside of the offices around here. And shortly after, the RCMP began making a line and heading towards the trucks. I'm gonna start moving back here a little bit now, Mel. There's the protesters now have talked to the two RCMP officers who came over to talk to them, and they're now moving back. They've actually moved back further than their original position here, but they do tell me that they're not scared. They don't want to be intimidated, and they are here for their freedoms.
Yeah, it's good that you say that. I've got a lot of comments from people. Forcing jabs is illegal. This is tough love. Stand strong, says Patsy. But I've got Angel here who says they need to move so truckers can do their job. So again, in speaking with one of the organizers, Nick Friesen, who is a 20-year long hauler or cross-border trucker, he explained to me before all of this happened on Saturday. He explained to me that they understood that this was going to cause inconvenience for people. This was going to cause an issue for receiving supplies in Alberta, and they understood this. They understood that this was going to be a challenge for truckers who are not participating in the blockade, but felt that they had reached a point where they could no longer not act. They felt that, he explained to me that they felt their hands were being, they were being forced into having to make this stand. This is people's livelihoods. This is people who are no longer able to, he made a good point that Nick has been this cross-border trucker, and for 2 years he was going back and forth during the pandemic with no problem, with no question. A lot of these truckers are in their vehicles by themselves. They're not, where is the risk is their question. So the mandates that were put in place mid-January on cross-border truckers, leaving Canada, coming into Canada, into the States. The States also implemented the restriction as well, and the mandate for showing a vaccine passport to enter the U.S. Has really impacted a lot of people, thousands and thousands of truckers across Canada and the U.S. And I know that some media or even some of our politicians try to minimize it and say, well, it's only 10% of our truckers, But, we should also point out, too, that there are a lot of truckers that are participating in this blockade and that have done the cross-Canada trek to Ottawa in the Freedom Convoy, who are fully vaccinated, but do not believe in the mandates, do not believe that that people should not have the right to choose what they put into their body, and then have that be a consequence to their gainful employment and being able to provide for their families. So, you know, as much as we want to minimize and say, well, it's only 10% that aren't vaccinated, I think that there are a lot more people who are vaccinated and agree with these truckers and with these protesters that these mandates are just, you know, they're just not lawful. In fact, I've got a lot of comments here from viewers right now saying that these are not lawful and that these mandates need to go. So this isn't a small, as they say, fringe minority.
No, and what I've heard is, you know, a lot of these drivers are vaccinated. A lot of them have been for quite some time. Their problem comes with the mandated vaccination for employment, the jab for your job. That is what they are protesting. They are telling me repeatedly, where there is risk, there needs to be choice. And let's be honest, there is risk to any medication, to any medical procedure, to any vaccination. And they are just simply saying is that if there is a risk, there must be choice. You should not have to have a job or a jab to have a job. And that is what we've heard consistently with these kind of protests, that or the people that are losing their jobs, is that they do not want to be forced to take something that they do not want to take. They want body autonomy.
Yeah, and I think one of the other arguments that I've heard quite a bit too is the idea that even the exemptions are being ignored, whether this is, you know, a religious stand and a religious belief, you know, deeply held, that you do not put something like this into your body, or even a lot of the medical exemptions have also been ignored for, you know, there's lawsuits happening right now as we speak, excuse me, for people who had medical exemption. And this is kind of the argument, is that most medicine is never a sort of a one-size-fits-all approach. You know, everybody responds differently to things, you know, and so to again approach the mandates as this is the blanket solution for everybody, everybody needs it, everybody must have it, whether, you know, I know of people whose doctors have said you could die from having this injection based on some of the ingredients that we know of, and we don't know all of the ingredients, so that's also a bit of an issue when we're talking about something that is still in an experimental phase. But you could die, and then the response is, well, let's see how you do with the first dose. I think for a lot of people, not willing to take on that risk, and like you said, James, this is that's where, if there's risk involved, a mandate should never be in place.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just that's the whole point. Is that we've reached this point where people have stood up and said, no, I'm sorry, that is not within the acceptable level of risk that I'm willing to tolerate. And to lose your job, to lose your career, to not be able to pay your bills, to not be able to put food on your table and take care of your family. That's where the line gets drawn for these people. They're not anti-government. They're not anti-police. They don't want to live in a world of anarchy. They aren't racist. They aren't white supremacists. They aren't these secondary narratives that we've heard. They are honest, hardworking, blue-collar truck drivers, farmers, you know, the general heroes of our society that have just said, we want choice. And I have to tell you, talking to a lot of these people over the last 3-4 days, a lot of them are vaccinated. They are vaccinated. They've already made the choice. They're simply just standing up for the right to choose, for the right to make your own medical decisions, for your own body autonomy.
Now, James, I've got a comment here from Audrey. She says, somebody break this down for me. You know, perhaps Audrey isn't fully aware of exactly when this started, how long this has been going on, where this is exactly taking place. So for some who maybe have just jumped on and they want a little update. So let's maybe break a few things down here. So where we are right now is we're at the Coutts border. There is a blockade that has been set up by a number of truckers. There has been a number of farmers, locals, people who've come together. And they started the blockade back on Saturday afternoon. They came through, were kind of looping around in there, and then sort of stopped down. Now the blockade is not blocking access in and out of Coutts, the village of Coutts. It's not impeding any kind of emergency vehicles from getting through. I know the Coutts Fire Department services Sweetgrass across the border in Montana. They are still able to get through there. What the blockade is doing is the blockade is actually on the north side of the border, the actual US-Canadian border. It is on the north side of that border. The blockade is set up in such a way that it is stopping, for the most part, large haul trucks from going to and from the US, you know, truckers coming up from the US with supplies for Canada. And so that's where things are set up. That started Saturday. It has remained peaceful. There has been no violence. There has been no, you know, no reason for any kind of, you know, RCMP or any law officers to come in and break anything up. It's been handled very peacefully at this point. However, RCMP are now calling this not a peaceful protest, in the sense that this is blocking critical infrastructure in the Traffic Safety Act. And so what's happening now is RCMP have been on site since Saturday, since this all started. More and more officers have been arriving. Sounds like tactical units have come out, and they have now put out let's see here. They put out a statement today, basically saying that you know, this is no longer considered a peaceful assembly. This has turned into unlawful blockade. Alberta RCMP are in a position to conduct enforcement. They have been trying to work with protesters, they say, and keep the peace and make sure that the surroundings have remained safe for emergency vehicles to get through. But at this point, they are saying that this is impeding again, critical infrastructure, and this is the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act of Alberta, which is what they are referencing, as well as the Traffic Safety Act and of highway and rules of the road regulations. So basically, this is a blockade that is infringing on Canadian law. And so they are saying they are going to use necessary measures to protect the fundamental freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, to promote the safety of all citizens, but they also have to enforce laws and to maintain peace and order. So in turn, it must be recognized that while everyone has a right to peaceful freedom of expression, the general public, local residents, and businesses also have the right to a safe environment and freedom of movement. So they have deemed this event not a peaceful assembly anymore. So there's a bit of the Coles Notes. Just about an hour and a half ago, maybe a little over an hour and a half, the RCMP were starting to move in on the blockade, and that's when we went live. So that's where we're at now. James, what are you seeing right now? I know RCMP were getting sort of moving a little bit closer and closer to where most of the protesters were, but have now sort of backed off because protesters were coming forward a bit. Where are we at?
Yeah. when the protesters started to go back across the highway and got in front of the RCMP, the RCMP completely withdrew. They backed up. They've all returned. It looks like into their vehicles now. It is cold out here. It's minus 19. I'm not sure what it is with the wind chill. The wind is blowing. It is snowing. But it looks like they're pulling back to de-escalate. There's some movement around here. There's not very many officers out on the highway anymore. When the RCMP began to withdraw, some of the truckers from the committee came out, and the protesters withdrew as well. They have now backed up behind the farm equipment that broke through the Milk River checkpoint. They've moved back behind that now. It looks like everybody's just taken a minute here to breathe. It looks like there's some de-escalation. I did see one of the lawyers from this morning. He was making his way across the scale here. I'm not sure if there's a meeting going on. I'm not sure what the situation is here, but the protesters have moved back. The RCMP have withdrawn again. I'll just take you for a quick drive here and just show you. The RCMP have cleared up to about this first yellow truck here. The tractor that's pulled across just behind it, that was pulled across just right in front of the RCMP as the RCMP began to withdraw. And the protesters have moved well back here now. I'm just going to see where they have withdrawn to. Obviously, there's lots of moving equipment around here that's a lot larger than my small truck. I don't want to get run over myself. So I'm just going to sneak through here. I also don't want to get pinned back here and not be able to make my way forward again in the event the RCMP begins to move forward. But yeah, as you can see, everybody's friendly. Everybody's waving.
Can you see if you can talk to somebody again? Just see how they're feeling. If they are, willing to share anything with us.
Yeah, let me hop out here. Let's see. How are you guys feeling about everything now? What's the plan? I've seen everybody just kind of withdrew back here.
I guess we'll all just try to get outside and warm up a little bit, and then just, I don't know, come back after again and see if we can just get back down, I guess. Okay.
So yeah, that's the situation, Mel. The protesters have moved back. They're moving back to get warm. The RCMP have moved back. It looks like everybody is trying to de-escalate the situation. It was pretty tense there for a minute when the protesters walked out directly in front of the line of the RCMP that was moving forward. This really puts a lot of people in a really hard spot. The protesters are not anti-police. They're very pro-police, and they don't want to get into a situation with the police. And the police have been, as far as I'm concerned, they've been understanding. They have been, they have taken every opportunity to try to de-escalate the situation and the tensions around here. But the RCMP, they have a job to do too. They don't get to choose what laws they enforce. They're told what to do and how to do their job, and that's just how society works. They're not bad people. There hasn't been any kind of false flag operations. There's not been any kind of situation where you suspect the RCMP are provoking anything. I have seen nothing but constant attempts to de-escalate every day since this started.
Yeah, and still seeing a lot of comments from people saying Kenny needs to be there. He needs to be coming down. He needs to be speaking with these people. He needs to be part of these negotiations. Benny says it's simple. Kenny lifts his mandate, and so does Trudeau, and it's over. So a lot of people also mentioning that if it becomes very simple. Kenny needs to come down here. He needs to be the people's leader, says Justin. Yeah, like it's the government. It says it's a lot of people making comments saying this is peaceful, even though some of the statements that have come out have called this no longer a peaceful gathering. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are supporting this, but there are people too. I know I spoke with one of the truck drivers yesterday who ended up getting caught up in the northbound lanes. So he was a trucker that was coming up from the U.S. with his load, and he was upset that he got stuck in the blockade and wasn't unable to get out of the blockade. Now, when I spoke with organizers a couple of days ago, they said they had been shifting trucks around and moving things to help get some of these truckers who did not want to stay and participate out. They said, but for the most part, the majority of the truckers that they spoke to who had come up and sort of got stuck in the blockade actually chose to stay and participate, and were not sort of angered by being held up in that. It sounds like there was a group of people yesterday who, one of them contacting us, a group of them yesterday who were protesting to the RCMP, saying they wanted to get out of the blockade and get on with their travels, get home to their families, their children, get their cargo delivered. And so quite a few of them, it sounds like, things were shifted yesterday, and quite a few of them were able to get on their way. So, and my understanding too is that that travelers are being warned that the blockade is happening down in the States as they come up. So a lot of them have been detouring to the other border in Alberta to make their way up, which I think is also an inconvenience. It does take longer. It does add kilometers to their travel. Again, the organizers have said they understand and have told me that they understand this is going to be inconvenient for many people, but they believe that this is a stand that they must take at this point. And, it sounds like they are digging in, and I've heard from many that they don't plan to move any of the blockade until the mandates are lifted, the vaccine mandates.
Yeah, the Saturday. So Saturday before I left, I was getting a tour around town with a local resident that's been helping me out here. And we drove down the northbound lanes, basically from where you cross into Canada up to the blockade itself. And there was a couple of drivers there, and the local resident said, "Hey, do you guys want to be here? Like, do you want to be here right now?" And the one guy's like, "No, I'm trying to get out of here, man." And the local resident said, "Hey, just follow me." So we actually led that truck right through town and around the blockade and got that person out of here. Now, there was other drivers that were stuck behind protesters, and some of the protesters at first were refusing to move to let people who didn't want to be here out. I have heard stories where some fresh produce, it was on a limited time. There was risk that it was going to spoil. And on Sunday, Monday, the RCMP and the protesters negotiated. They let those vehicles go. They shifted vehicles around. But yes, without a doubt, there were people trapped here that did not want to be a part of the protest. And Monday, they let those people move out of the protest. They let them move out of the blockade and get safely out of the area.
Mm-hmm. Sabine is asking here, what would the charge be if the RCMP arrests someone? Again, the RCMP have been clear about this, and as have others, including the mayor of Coutts, the village of Coots. They have said the protesters are not what we are taking exception to. In fact, the mayor said the protesters could stay as long as they wanted to. It's really just the blocking of infrastructure. It's which falls under the Infrastructure Defense Act of Alberta. The Critical Infrastructure Defense Act of Alberta. Anyone who actively blocks a highway or aids, counsels, or directs a highway to be blocked may be subject to arrest and charged under this act. So there is a provision in our criminal code in Canada that allows for the enforcement of this law, and of course our RCMP and authorities would need to uphold that as a law. So that, Sabine, would answer your question. That's what they would be arrested for, is the actual blockade, the actual impeding the highway there, and allowing for the truckers to bring loads up and supplies and whatnot into and out of the country. So that is the main issue. What remains to be what I think remains to be the most confusing part of this is the fact that it is now being referred to as no longer a peaceful assembly. I think that has raised a lot of questions. What is not peaceful about this? Is it referencing the blocking of infrastructure? That is what becomes unpeaceful. So that's where a lot of confusion lies with some people.
Yeah, there is no doubt that they are in contravention of the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, and we know that came from the anti-pipeline protests that happened in 2019 with the rail blockades and everything that happened around that. The Alberta government was swift in enacting that law, mostly from a rail crossing around the Edmonton area. And, without a doubt, they're in contravention of that. The highway is impeded. It is critical infrastructure. It is critical infrastructure for the province. But to say it's not peaceful, I don't know if I agree with that characterization. There's been nothing but peace. There's been a lot of praying. There's been a lot of singing, a lot of "O Canada." There's families here. There's grandparents and grandchildren here. It's tough because they are breaking the law, and that is clear. But they've constantly said, well, the government's breaking the law. They are taking our rights away. They are taking our freedoms away. They're forcing us to choose between a jab and a job. They're crippling us and taking away our free will. And they say that we are just simply meeting the laws that the government has broken itself with breaking laws, civil disobedience of their own. And that's how I would describe it. I would describe this as a peaceful civil disobedience.
Yeah, Daniel says we stand 100% with all Canadians, truckers, farmers, doctors, nurses, etc. We stand united as one, and we are not going anywhere. Stop all mandates, etc. for all Canadians. A lot of people with the comment, hold your ground, stand your ground. Al says, stand your ground. Again, more calls for Kenny to come down, come meet with the protesters, meet with the organizers of the blockade, speak to them, negotiate with them, participate in this. A lot of people calling that this is something that they think should happen. Drop the mandates and the truckers move is another thing that I have seen quite a few people. Brad has posted this. Quite a few other people have said the same thing. Simple solution, drop the mandates. This gets the borders open. This gets the trucks out of Ottawa. This is where people are making their stand.
Mel, I've never seen a government move with a gun to its head before. So, I would love to see all of the mandates dropped. I would love to see us get back to normal. But when has the government ever negotiated in a protest like situation? But I mean, they are right. There is an absolute vacuum for political leadership. We haven't seen we've seen one MLA make his way down to the protest on the first day on Saturday. That MLA has shown his support, but there's no politicians here that are negotiating. There's no politicians here that are talking to their electorate. There's one mayor of the village of Coots who's been trying to bridge things between the community and the protesters and the RCMP, but we just haven't seen anybody say we're listening to you. And I think that's one of the things that we've seen consistently, especially across Alberta, is that Albertans just don't feel listened to by their government, and they don't feel represented. And I think that this type of situation could be de-escalated through simple conversation. I'm just moving back here down the line, just showing you the protesters now, the farmers and the ranchers and the farm equipment. They've actually cleared it and they've started moving back now. So I'm leaving the scale now and driving back to the original blockade point. Mm-hmm. And from what I can see, it looks like they are now opening up the original blockade area. So I'm just going to move back here and take a look. So I'm just moving back to the entrance here into Coots, into the community. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to see where I can make my way around this truck here. But the original blockade part now, sorry, he's actually moving out of my way. The pinch point here that has been the conflict area now appears to be clear. The original vehicles that were pulled across the lanes and the drivers that were dug in and said they were not leaving, it looks like now that they have opened up this intersection and the trucks are no longer across here. So just like 2 hours ago,
what does that mean though, James? Help me out though. What does that mean that they've cleared that intersection? Does that mean that they are allowing the cross-border trucks coming through at this point, or what does that mean?
No, it looks like they were pulled directly across the highway here. It now looks like they've lined up 3 trucks wide, and it's still stopped. The RCMP helicopters back up in the sky here now, you can see. And just beyond them are more RCMP vehicles. And if you take a look here, here's kind of what's left of the initial blockade. So it actually looks like they're putting fuel and charging some batteries on some of these trucks. These trucks have been here since Saturday afternoon. These trucks, the convoy was making its way in a circle. They were traveling from this intersection right here where I'm at, back down to the other side of the scale, and they were traveling in a circle and just slowing things down. And at a certain point, they pulled across this intersection and locked things down. It looks like the bulk of the vehicles that were here earlier have now vacated the area. And if you take a look, they're boosting batteries. This was one of the concerns with the cold temperature and the lack of fuel, that some of these trucks would die and become immobilized. It looks like they're now boosting each other and moving the trucks out of the area. I'm just going to check the southbound lanes here and take a look and see what's happened here. Now this area here, there's been different spots where they have kept a lane open. At the start of the RCMP advancing towards the blockade, they pulled into these areas and started blocking things off. It looks like now that these protesters have now moved their trucks and opened up the area, and you can get through here no problem. As you can see, I'm driving through here. Now, this has basically been open like this for the entire time. I've been able to drive in and out of the protest area, the protest site, without any problems for the entire 4 days now. And just taking a look here, everything's completely open. The farm equipment has withdrawn. It looks like they're moving back to the saloon in Coots. It looks like everybody's getting warm. There's still a few pickups and whatever else here, but the situation looks like it's de-escalating significantly now.
Okay. You had
It looks
mentioned
like
that a
they're
lot of
starting to
those,
boost vehicles.
yeah, and as you mentioned that the boosting of the trucks and vehicles and whatnot, is that a result of the fact that it's been blocked off at the checkpoints from the RCMP for deliveries of the diesel and the propane and the things that the truckers were in need of? Is that still the case, and that's why we're running into this now?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. I know that this morning that when I was talking to the truckers, when they were having a meeting there this morning, they did have some concerns that some of the trucks wouldn't be able to move because the batteries had died and that they couldn't get fuel in. It does look like they are pumping fuel into some of the vehicles now and boosting the vehicles and moving them out of here. They've opened up the area significantly, and you can drive the entire protest site now completely impeded. So that's changed quite significantly. There's obviously still like this piece of equipment right here. It's completely across the highway. So there's no real access there around it, but
Okay.
of course you can drive up the other side without any vehicles being in the way.
A couple of things I was going to just note here. First of all, a comment from Heidi. This is not at all hurting the movement. It's absolutely necessary. She says, tough times call for tough measures. There comes a time that we have to do hard things. The federal government felt that instead of respecting the precious Charter of Rights of Canadians, they should unpeacefully force job loss and force medical procedures. We now need to push back and use forceful but peaceful measures to make the government listen and act. So regardless of how this looks, there comes a time when we have to do these kinds of things. Now, someone else, Adela, says MSM Media is spinning this to turn people against the Freedom Convoy. You know, speaking of that spin, we came across some footage earlier of one of the mainstream media outlets reporting on some of the truckers that were upset with being stuck in the convoy, and those truckers were saying they didn't agree with what was happening, and also had said they didn't feel safe when they were questioned. They said they didn't feel safe. However, we also have footage of the same truckers participating in dancing. They were playing music and dancing, and it looked like they were perhaps having some beverages. They were partaking in the food that was set out for them. And in one video, one of the truckers who had said they didn't feel safe was seen making a donation of what looked like perhaps a few 20s in a pile to the organizers to contribute to some of the food that they had been supplied and whatnot, and were contributing to what they said was the cause. So I find that kind of interesting that in one video they are being interviewed by mainstream media and sort of expressing their concern for their safety, but other video we have, and we will have that up for you here shortly on the website. We have video of those exact same people involved with enjoying themselves and dancing with some of the other protesters and having what looked like a very fun time. So it didn't look like they felt their safety was at all an issue. So it looks like we are going to just stand by here for a small mention from a sponsor, and then our columnist Corey is going to take over and just work with you for the next while here, James. Okay.
That sounds good, Mel. I'm just driving the route here, so we'll hear from our sponsor, and I'll stand by.
Thanks, James.
Algodex is owned by Algonaut. This is great new technology just coming online now in the digital currency world. Algodex is a great way for you to use the digital currency Algorand in your day-to-day transactions. Can you imagine a world where we don't have to buy a cup of coffee using the federal dollar? And you don't even have to use the American federal dollar. You don't have to use the euro or the pound sterling. You can use real money, digital currencies that are not at the beck and call of governments and inflation. The Algodex is making digital currencies usable in a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Again, welcome back. We're giving Mel a break. She's been on for quite some time covering this, a couple of hours now since it broke. So here we are. I just want to review things then with James perhaps, and there's a lot of viewers who have joined us just recently on this. What has happened? I mean, for those who just got in, James, there's been a move. The RCMP moved in. Some people have left their trucks, abandoned them. The RCMP backed off, and now they're sort of categorizing trucks, and everything's at a standstill.
Yeah, so there hasn't been much change around here. You can still see a lot of the drivers are they're positive. They're honking their horns. But yeah, the RCMP started moving in at about 2 hours ago. They started clearing the vehicles, checking to see if there was occupants in them. As the RCMP approached the front of, as they started approaching the vehicles, the drivers started leaving their vehicles and moving back towards the blockade point. Shortly after that, there was a secondary convoy that was being held back about 15 kilometers from Coutts, north of Coutts, back towards Milk River. And that convoy broke through that police checkpoint and came up to join the main protest. As they joined the main protest, the RCMP withdrew. They moved back. And as they withdrew, the protesters came out and formed a line just in front of me here, where you see those pickup trucks forming that line. All of the protesters came out and formed a line. They said they wanted to show the RCMP that they weren't scared, that they weren't intimidated, that they were being peaceful. When they formed that line, the RCMP continued forward, and they kept checking vehicles and clearing vehicles. At that time, the protesters actually moved out across the highway in the northbound lanes, and at that time, the RCMP completely withdrew. They withdrew all the way back to their main starting point, and shortly after that, the protesters also withdrew, and it looks like they began clearing vehicles out of certain areas. Now, as you can see here, there is a blockade line now that goes all the way across. It goes across the scale. It goes across the ditch. It is open in the middle, and one northbound lane just over here is open. And I've been driving around here. I can get through. I've been driving around getting as much video as I can. But most of the protesters have now headed inside. And I don't know if they're getting a bite to eat, but one did tell me that they were going in to warm up, and I think there's been a big de-escalation here. The main blockade that took place on Saturday, that group of trucks has now pulled out of that area. They're no longer there. They're boosting vehicles over in that area, and yeah, it looks like they're starting to move things out of here, Corey.
Interesting. We'd heard a lot of rumors going back and forth. I mean, as the RCMP were preparing for this, and of whether some towing companies and such, like we saw some trucks that had been left by the truckers as they moved away, and the RCMP were sort of surrounding it and videoing it and taking down plates and such. Is there any indication of equipment coming in to move those? Like moving a semi, of course, isn't as easy as just grabbing a car and taking it. It's a specialized task. Have you seen anything coming out to do that sort of thing?
No, I haven't seen any tow trucks here, Corey. I'm just trying to move back to the RCMP's their position here, just north of the village of Coots. I don't see any tow trucks. I haven't seen any tow trucks here. There was some tow trucks that were here before that were participating in the actual blockade, but I haven't seen them at all today. So I believe they've left the area. But if you can see just in front of me here, this is the RCMP's their primary staging area, I guess we can call it. And there's no tow trucks here. There's no tow trucks behind them. There is a secondary area about 2 kilometers to the north of here at the CP train tracks. I see that there's still officers there, but I don't see any tow trucks or any equipment behind them. Yeah, everything's fairly quiet here. Everything's been quiet for about the last 30 minutes or so now, Corey.
Okay, I'll take a pause quickly just to remind everybody, this is an exclusive. James is down there. He's been watching this for a while, and we've got Melanie Risden, who's been reporting on this for days. So please, help support us. Keep doing this live coverage. I've swapped out with Mel, but poor James is down there all alone, so he's stuck on this coverage for a while yet. Head to the westernstandardonline.com. This is where the full stories are. Dave and Mel and Eva and others are writing on this furiously as we go. The stories are popping up with news as we get it and as it's breaking. As you can see, we're a full news organization. We are independent. We're not getting tax funding. It's so essential to get that so we can keep covering this, because you're not getting this from the mainstream, of course. They're just going to give you little clips and, often clips from quite an angle. Plus, all you viewers there, and there's a lot of you out there watching this live, we're going to keep breaking in and updating as this happens. If something comes up tonight, if something comes up later, make sure you subscribe to our channels on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble. We're broadcasting all of them, and you'll get an alert the second these things come up. You'll know when these live broadcasts come, because we don't know when it's going to happen. We've got people on the ground, and we want to get to you as fast as we can. So, James, as you're circling, most of those vehicles I see then, and I even see a fifth wheel left behind, they're unoccupied at this time then, I take it.
Yeah, all of these vehicles now they're completely unoccupied. As the RCMP, these are the first vehicles the RCMP started checking and clearing about 2 hours ago now. And all of them, as the police started to approach the vehicles, the protesters exited the vehicles and moved back towards the blockade at the village of Coots, just north of the border crossing into Canada. Everybody's been leaving their trucks and moving backwards away from the RCMP as the RCMP advanced forward. When the protesters just in front of these yellow trucks, just right here, when the RCMP started to approach that area, the protesters actually came out in front of those trucks and created a line across the highway. And at that time, the RCMP began to immediately withdraw back to the north, back behind where their vehicles were.
Great. Well, at least as far as all this has gone, it obviously got a little bit tense there as things were happening, and that everybody's been peaceful. Nobody's been aggressive or violent towards the police, and likewise, otherwise, you haven't seen any sign of any arrests yet or anything, eh?
I have not seen a single arrest yet, Corey. I have not seen any violence. The protesters said that they will absolutely not become violent. That's not what they're here for. They said that if arrests are made, they will not resist arrest. They will simply be arrested, be processed, and are looking forward to their day in court when they can address that. As soon as the protesters went across the road in those yellow trucks back there, as soon as that happened, the RCMP began to withdraw almost immediately. And as they withdrew, two uniforms that are not in tactical gear, just your average RCMP officers, two of them came out. They approached the protesters on the highway. Some of the protesters came and talked to them. I don't know what they talked about. They had a couple of short discussions, and the protesters began moving back towards where the saloon is, where the bulk of the protesters are.
Yeah, I still see some people driving and moving around. Do you think there's any chance? I know that they've been reticent to talk, but it'd be really good to corner a couple and just get a bit more view on the ground of what some folks are saying and thinking. If you can find them out there, I know, and it's cold. Nobody wants to step out of their truck, but it's been quite something to behold. And seeing them all parked there, it's kind of something of a standoff at this point, though.
Yeah, I'll make my way back. We'll see if we can get over to the saloon over here and see if we can talk to a few people outside. I know that they've been instructed by their council not to talk too much to the media, but we'll go see if they want to talk about how they're feeling and about what's taking place here now. There's not very many people. Like you can see. There's only a couple of people in these trucks. A lot of them have exited their trucks and headed in probably to get something eat and warm up. It is -19 here right now. I don't know about the wind chill, what the wind chill is like right now, but it looks like there's somebody here right now. Let's take a look. Just wondering if you might be able to tell us how you're feeling about everything right now.
Excited.
So what's the next moves here? It looks like the blockade's been cleared up here now. They're moving trucks from across the highway, but there's another blockade just a little bit ahead of us here. So I guess what's the plan moving forward here?
I'm not in charge.
No? All right, well, you heard that, Corey.
Actually, just so you know, I don't hear it when you talk to those guys, so I understand your microphone's limited, but if you could just kind of repeat what he said.
Yeah, so he just said he's feeling excited. I asked him what the plan was moving forward, and he said, I don't know. I'm not in charge. I don't have a plan. They're starting their trucks up. I know that there was about 3 different protest groups or groups of protesters. They all kind of got themselves together over social media, and they all just kind of converged into this one spot. And when they got here, they didn't really have a plan. They didn't plan to blockade the highway, but as the day went on Saturday, they felt that their point wasn't getting across. And at that time, a group of truckers pulled across this intersection just right here in front of me. When they pulled across this intersection, they shut the trucks off, they parked them, and they said they weren't moving until the mandates were lifted. That obviously kicked off four fairly long days here. And I mean, the weekend it was 10 degrees. There was a Chinook rolling through here. There was a wind coming through. But there was positive attitude and positive spirits. In the last couple of days, it's changed. It's -19 now. I don't know what it is with the wind chill, but it was -28 earlier. It was real cold. It's been blowing snow for the last couple of days. The drivers have been running low on DEF and fuel, and they needed gasoline for their gensets. I know some of the locals were attempting to get fuel in here for their gensets earlier, and that happened shortly after that is when we began having the RCMP started advancing and checking the vehicles. Let me just see here. I'm just pulling up to the saloon. So the saloon's actually closed for business. It hasn't been open for business the whole time. One of the people in the community began getting concerned that it was too cold outside. So they opened it up for the protesters. And yeah, so this has been kind of the meeting place for the protesters and everybody else. I'll just see if maybe one of these guys is willing to talk to us now. So yeah, we'll see. So it looks like you guys have moved back, and this is all opened up here. So I was just wondering if you guys could tell me. Everybody's kind of withdrawn now. What's the plan moving forward? There's the guys
Who are
inside.
you with, sorry?
Western Standard.
Yeah, we'll just hold on.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can hear that, Corey, but yeah, they've been speaking with their attorneys. Their attorneys are inside talking with them now. They basically said no more comment. They're going to be talking directly with their attorneys. I'm gonna try to get an interview with them just a little bit later today. But
Sure.
I don't think many more of the protesters are going to speak to us at least until things start to de-escalate a little bit more around here.
Yeah, no, things are obviously fluid.
Who? Oh, just hold on a second here, Corey.
Sure.
I'm gonna mute you guys for a bit. I'm gonna run inside and see if I can get somebody to come talk to us. It sounds like they have somebody that's willing to talk to me. So yeah, just stand by.
Great. So yeah, James is going inside, as you can hear, to see if he can speak directly to some of the organizers of this. And that's been one of the things that's been interesting with these protests. I mean, there is no distinctive single leader or individual we can go to or speak to. These are truly organic. You know, this is coming from the ground. There's obviously a number of people sort of in charge, and hopefully James can get some quotes, because it'd be interesting to hear what their plans are. I mean, we're going into the evening now when clearly the RCMP are on the move. They want to close this down. They want this protest to end, though it's quite. I mean, look at all the trucks out there. It's as I was asking James about. I mean, for people who are not familiar with moving heavy equipment and things like that, it's not as easy as just. I mean, look at that one. That's a B train there. That's multiple trailers. You can't just, and they're parked bumper to bumper. It is a monumental task to just pick up and grab one of these vehicles and move it out of the way. So it's quite an effective blockade of vehicles staying out there, even without the drivers in it. And if the RCMP really wanted to clear that roadway, they would have to have a whole bunch of very heavy equipment. At the same time, that's when you need safety. So I'm guessing that's where they want to stabilize the scene. You've got to make sure you can't have heavy equipment moving in cold, dark conditions, windy conditions, around people, and moving those trucks safely. If protesters got upset, which is so far they've been, again, remarkably controlled, it could have gone difficultly. So I see James has got somebody there. We'll pull him into the feed here shortly and see what we got going on there, James.
So I am here with one of the protesters now. So I'm going to ask some questions. I'm going to repeating it back to us. Obviously, the temperature out here has absolutely killed the microphone. I'm having to use an earpiece, otherwise I can't hear you guys at all. So it's going to be a little awkward. But so I've noticed now that you guys have moved the trucks off of the original blockade point. So what happened with that?
Well, the original blockade point right here is still the same.
So
the other end there, we just reinforced it, made it a little bit stronger. We're keeping a lane wide open. We don't want to block it 100% for the locals here, for emergency vehicles. We don't want someone to get hurt and be stuck in here. We're not trying to hurt anybody. So that's why we're keeping one lane open straight through.
So they've moved off that the original blockade point now, Corey. They're leaving lanes open. There is that other blockade just a little bit further that I've seen you, but it is quite porous. You can get through it absolutely no problem. They want to ensure that emergency vehicles and emergency access is available for the residents of Coutts, and they want to make sure that everybody's staying peaceful and everything else. So we did see the RCMP start to advance and start checking on trucks, and shortly after, a line of protesters they came out and they crossed the highway in front of the RCMP. So what was happening there?
Well, we want to show them that we're here to stand up for freedom. We really mean that. We want the future generation of kids, for everyone, right? We want it to be free of choice of what we do with their bodies, etc. So the reason why we went down there was to show the cops we're not here to start any violence, but we are here to stand strong. We sang "O Canada" and we chanted freedom, and the cops backed up.
So just the answer there, Corey. They moved out. They wanted to show the RCMP that they're not violent, that they're here to peacefully protest, that they're not backing down. They're just here for their freedoms, and that they're willing to have a conversation with them. So what's the next move here? What's up next?
That I don't know as of right now. We're hoping that the highly elected officials can lift the mandates and stuff like that, because we would all love to go home and go on our nice warm beds and have a meal with our family. So we'll wait and see what the government does, and we'll be having discussions here with the team to see what the next move is.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much for this. So the answer there, Corey, was just, we're hoping to have a conversation with the elected officials. We're all cold. We all want to move home. We all want progress. We all just want what's right. We all just want our freedom here. So, that's the situation here. That's what they have to say. These guys have been peaceful, Corey. These guys are willing to have a conversation, and I think that's the main point. Is that everybody's been looking to have a conversation and nobody's been willing to have it, and the only way to get that conversation to actually happen is to block a highway, and
Yeah.
That's been the overwhelming sentiment that I've been getting.
No, this has been such a remarkable thing, and I mean, it should be noted, we're probably going to close off in a little bit here, but of course we will pop up the second anything breaks or changes. But before we get to that, I mean, just to summarize, so there's been some RCMP action. The trucks are left, but the demonstrators are still there. They're talking with their lawyers. But as with Ottawa, it's again been great. It's been peaceful. People have been reasonable. We don't see that with demonstrations that often. And this, again, whether you agree or disagree with their cause, they're doing it in a very good, respectful manner. They're not getting in the face of the police. The police so far are not getting aggressive with them. I mean, they're talking, they're working towards resolution. But I mean, things are still at quite an impasse. And we as the others have said in the interviews, we don't quite know what's going to happen yet. So James has gone off a bit there. We're probably going to move towards closing this up for the moment. I mean, we got so many viewers, but I want to remind everybody, this is still ongoing. It's still breaking. James is still down there. He's going to be reporting on things. With the sound is difficult. Hey, if you want to help us along, subscribe at westernstandardonline.com/membership. Our members have been fantastic. This is how we can get direct news. Some of the media has been portraying these guys as violent or out of control. They've got their own agenda. We're just going to report the news. We get there in person. We are an independent outlet. And as we get more members, we get more funds. I know we've had some site problems today. Well, we can fix those things up. So we really appreciate that. And we'll get James a better microphone and definitely some more woolly underwear to cover these cold events like that. So by all means, please share the site, take out a membership for $10 a month. It's some of the best independent news you're going to get. We don't take government funding. They aren't offering it. Help us out, and we've got some great sponsors as well. So, James, in closing, I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm just reminding everybody to subscribe to all our social media channels, because we don't know if anything is going to break. James is going to jump in with a live feed. If you're subscribed on YouTube or Facebook or any of those, or if you're watching our website, you'll see it pop up right when it pops up, and we will cover it. So make sure you do that if you haven't already. And James, anything else you want to add before we close off this segment of the coverage?
Yeah, sorry about that, Corey. I hopped back into my vehicle, and obviously we're working with cell phones, and we're in an area without excellent cell phone service. We don't have big expensive satellite trucks. We don't have all of that fancy equipment. We got cell phones, we got AirPods, and we're gonna do the best that we can with what we have. And I'm sorry that was that it connected there and you guys got that bad echo. But I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna stay here until the trucks leave. And we're going to keep everybody updated. They can follow me on Twitter. They can follow the Western Standard on Twitter. Subscribe to our Facebook. Subscribe to the Western Standard Online. Mel and Dave and the rest of the news team, and Corey and everybody back at the office. They're just a great support. And we'll keep bringing this story, and we'll make sure that we cover this.
Great. Thanks, James. It's been fantastic work on your part, and I'll let you recharge your phone and warm up and get ready for the next breaking news when it happens. So as James said, we're going to be on this as it comes out. So keep an eye on us here, guys. It's obviously not finished, and it's developing. Premier Kenney, it sounds like, has put off his normal 3:30 conference to 4:30, probably because he needs to know what to say to this, because there's going to be questions coming about it. We'll see what he's got to say about it. And thank all of you guys for tuning in. Keep an eye on things. We will break in as soon as anything changes. James is staying down there for us and for you guys.
Algodex is owned by Algonaut. This is great new technology just coming online now in the digital currency world. Algodex is a great way for you to use the digital currency Algorand in your day-to-day transactions. Can you imagine a world where we don't have to buy a cup of coffee using the federal dollar? And you don't even have to use the American federal dollar. You don't have to use the euro or the pound sterling. You can use real money, digital currencies that are not at the beck and call of governments and inflation. The Algodex is making digital currencies usable in a day-to-day basis.
first few trucks that we're looking at here, where the police are all lined up, are those trucks, they are part of the blockade as well? Are they sort of the front of the blockade, or what are we looking at there?
These trucks here are the front of the blockade. They are, sorry, I'm just moving out of here. It looks like there's some service vehicles here. Let me just quickly make a circle here. These trucks here are the very front of the blockade. The actual blockade is about 2 kilometers to the south from here. These are the first line. There's been one lane open on one side of these trucks. This is in the northbound lane.
Mm-hmm.
They've left one lane open. These guys are currently in the left lane. The right lane is open. The RCMP is going truck by truck, working their way back towards the main blockade.
Now, we just received very shortly here. We just received a press release from the RCMP. Just getting to that here now. So, a statement from the RCMP has said that the what began as a peaceful assembly quickly has turned into an unlawful blockade. While Alberta RCMP has been in a position to conduct enforcement, we have been engaged with protesters at the Coutts border crossing in an effort to find a peaceful and safe resolution for all involved. Now, having read that, I know that earlier lawyers that have been brought in to support the people involved in the blockade, the protesters, they were going to be engaged in negotiations with the RCMP. Has that happened? Has any negotiations happened yet?
So the last I heard, the lawyers met with the truckers. They had a good meeting this morning. It was productive. After that meeting, the lawyers went to go talk to the RCMP. I haven't been able to follow up with the lawyers since then. I was updating Corey Morgan for Triggered this afternoon, and this all just as soon as Triggered was over, this all started to happen. Now some locals had gone down to the blockade to try to get a fuel truck through earlier. Some local businesses were trying to get fuel through. They were concerned that the Coutts County snowplow was running low on fuel and needed fuel. Some locals went down to get some fuel trucks through. I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm sorry to cut that thought off, but there is now currently farm equipment and personal vehicles that are going around the original police barricade and coming in here. There is tractors going through the ditch. There is big rigs coming around the highway and going through a secondary police blockade now. There's more vehicles coming in here. It looks like the original police checkpoint. It looks like citizens have just said that's enough and have started going around it. There's a full tractor coming down the ditch now towards the RCMP. They're coming from everywhere. There's another 50 vehicles coming in here now.
Now, James, where is the original checkpoint for the RCMP that have been stopping people from joining the protesters? Where is that? I believe you said that was just south of Milk River?
It's south of Coutts. It's north of Milk River, about 2 kilometers. It's south of Coutts by about 15 kilometers. But it looks like their efforts to try to hold the traffic back and hold back people that were trying to join this protest over the last 2 days has failed. And there is just an onslaught of vehicles coming in here now. There's big rigs, grain haulers, personal vehicles with Canadian flags. There's farm equipment coming through here now, and they are not slowing down. It looks like for at least another kilometer, there's more vehicles coming in here, and the RCMP have just decided to just let them through, and they're getting past me here now, and they're actually taking up position. I'm going to move just to the south here. I don't know if you can see this out my window. It looks like now they are setting up secondary blockade lines. There's actually 3 blockades here now from the scale back to the actual main blockade itself at the entrance to the village of Coutts.
I just saw a helicopter go by there as well. Are you noticing that they are sort of monitoring the area from above? Has that been happening most of the day? Have you noticed?
The helicopter's actually been here since the start of the protest on Saturday. And the helicopter, that's been one of the sticking points for the protesters. They haven't been happy about the helicopter. Area residents haven't been happy about the helicopter and the noise. The helicopter actually took off probably at about 12:10. I heard it take off over the office where I've been stationed here for the weekend, and there was a couple of loud noises. We heard a couple of bangs, and then we heard the helicopter take off. It looks like now there's more farm equipment coming in here, and I don't know if you can see this. These two RCMP vehicles here have actually blocked the entrance to the scale, and the RCMP are actually withdrawing now from the first couple of trucks at the beginning of the protest line. I'm venturing to guess here. There's been another 50 to 75 vehicles, farm equipment, diskers, tractors, grain haulers. Yeah, they've all come through.
I can see those in the distance there. Now, here's my question. One of the comments in the statement from the RCMP says that the blockade continues to impede the ability for emergency agencies to provide full services to area residents. Now, having read that, I know I have also spoken at length with the organizers who have said they have continually left a full lane and actually widened it, I believe, as of Sunday. But they have left a full lane available for any kind of emergency vehicles to get through. Can you comment on whether that has been impeded and that there would be an interference or anything that would be impeding the ability for emergency vehicles to respond?
You know what? I tell you what. The office that I've been working out of is it's about 100 meters away from the saloon that the majority of the truckers and protesters have been meeting in, where they've been eating, where they've been getting coffee, where they've been getting warm. And I left there, and that is at the very front of the blockade. That is where the highway is closed across completely. And you know what? The entire right-hand lane of the northbound lane was entirely open. I drove all the way down here. There is no restricted access to the village of Coots. They can get through. The volunteer firefighters have been able to cross into Sweetgrass if they want to. Everything has been left open. From what I seen earlier this morning when we drove back into the protest area, the entire right lane, all the way from the RCMP blockade, all the way up to the main blockade, has been completely open. So, I mean, impeded, definitely, maybe slowed down, but they're not cut off. They can get in here. I'm watching tractors hauling balers drive all the way up to the front of the line right now. They're coming down secondary gravel roads. They're coming down other highways. There's absolutely no way that people are having an issue getting up here to the front of the line.
Now, of course, they're also mentioning the fact that this is negatively impacting the flow of goods and services, obviously meaning across the border, either direction. Is that still the case, James?
Yes, absolutely. There is no way commercial traffic can get through here at all. It's been closed off. It's been closed off since Saturday. There's no way that anybody can use the Coots border crossing right now.
Well, they are. They're going through.
Okay.
These guys are going through. Sorry, sorry, are you a local resident or where are you from? Yeah?
They're going through. I see them. I see the transports going through.
Transports have been going through. You've seen them since Saturday.
Well, this morning they were.
This morning. Yeah. So there you have it, Mel. This is a local resident right here. He's come in and identified himself to me, and he's saying no. Some of the commercial traffic can get through. It's slow.
Transports going through all morning.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, that's the situation here, Mel. One side's got one side of the story, one side's got the other side of the story. But from what I can see, I mean, these tractors now, there's more and more just coming through here, and like that's a whole disker right there. Like this is unbelievable. It looks like now that several of the RCMP vehicles have been loaded back up, and it looks like they're starting to head back south. I'm going to try to reposition myself here again one more time.
So are you saying it looks Are you saying that it looks like the RCMP are retreating? They are. I do notice that they have left those few front trucks there. Are you saying that it looks like they're pulling away?
Yeah, it does look now that that line of protesters that's been held back about 15 kilometers from here. Now that they've broken that line, and it looks like to me that the RCMP have started to retreat. There's no more officers out on the highway. This truck here was the last truck that they were at, and they've withdrawn from this truck. The driver is still in his truck. He's not moving. Just about, I believe it's about another 2 kilometers here down to a rail crossing. It looks like the RCMP have actually retreated about 2 kilometers back now, and they're just at a CP rail crossing now. And it looks like that's where they've stopped. It looks like they're spreading out across the highway and the service roads there now, down into the ditch. Right here is a secondary blockade. This is the blockade that came in, and this is where they were starting to make the arrest from. Now, I don't want to drive down and back down to that far blockade and just antagonize anyone, but I do want to stay here and just kind of keep an eye on what's happening and what the RCMP plans to do next.
Okay, I'm just looking at some of the comments from people who are sort of following along on the coverage. A lot of people saying, stay strong. It's what freedom looks like. Stand strong. Somebody says here, it sounds like you're directionally challenged. James, because even me listening to some of the directions you're giving, I feel like your north and your south might be mixed up. Let me just clarify. This is south of Milk River, correct?
Yes, this is south of Milk River.
Okay, and the RCMP were stopping travel or stopping people from joining the protest just south of Milk River?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were about 2 kilometers south of Milk River and 15 kilometers north of Coutts.
Yeah, so I think in there somewhere we got a few north and souths mixed up. Yes, this is south of Milk River, but my understanding is this is sort of just. It's not. It's right where Coutts, the town of Coutts or the village of Coutts is just north of it. Is that correct? Where the blockade is?
Yeah, the blockade is at the scale just north of Coutts.
Okay. All right. Sarah says love and. Sorry, say that again.
The area comes in north and south, but the border crossing actually turns and goes east and west before it starts going south again on the American side. So it's kind of one of those situations where north is east and east is south kind of situation here. But
okay. So yes, we're. So James, are you able to move a little bit closer to the blockade from where you are right now? Are you able to?
To where the truck drivers are blockading, or the RCMP blockade?
No, I think more so closer to the truck blockade.
Yeah, let's. I'll make my way back up that way, and we'll show everybody what this looks like here. Actually, I'm gonna go straight down here through the ditch and just show you guys that this one lane's been open the entire time. Sorry, I'm holding the phone out the window as I drive here. So just in the last little bit, the RCMP or the protesters have obviously started to plug the holes and close the lanes that they left open to start with. So
okay, so this is the blockade, and you are driving right through.
Yeah, so if you take a look right here, these trucks right here were not here about 5 minutes ago. These trucks have only recently moved in here. Up until about 15 minutes ago, or however long it's been now, this lane was completely open. There was access all the way through here. I drove right from the main blockade all the way up to the front. I can still get around this, no problem. It takes a little bit of some creative driving, but you can definitely get through it.
Okay. Now we've got comments from people, somebody saying, Barbara is suggesting maybe we call the RCMP and express our support for the truckers. Another person here says, just because I'm against blockading critical infrastructure doesn't mean I'm against freedom. I just think this will hurt the movement. It's bad publicity. So somebody is sort of speaking out against the fact that this blockade is, in their opinion, not the right way to go. Let's see here. Yeah, peaceful protesting is legal. Stand strong, truckers. Now, having said that, I want to mention this in the RCMP release that we received just moments ago. They reference this as no longer a peaceful assembly. So, you know, I have tried to reach out to the RCMP to get clarity on that. What has turned unpeaceful? I understand that this is blocking infrastructure, and this, according to the RCMP, is you know, the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act of Alberta, along with the Highway and Traffic, the Traffic Safety Act, Highway and Rules of Road Regulations. I grasp that the blockade is affecting that, but what I would like clarity on is the word peaceful, how this has now not been peaceful. Have you seen anything, James, that would be characterized as unpeaceful?
No, absolutely not. These guys have been peaceful. There's random outbreaks of people singing "Oh Canada." I've seen truck drivers bring loudspeakers out and play Air Canada over their sound system. There's been plenty of praying, lots of thinking, lots of community support, lots of hugs, lots of positive attitudes. I haven't seen anything that would say that this has become violent or anything but a peaceful demonstration.
Now, James, would you be in a position or comfortable being able to head the other direction and go towards where the RCMP might, you know, where they might be set up or where they might be sort of gathering at this point? Are you able to go that direction, or?
I'm just right where it looks like they've taken. This was where their position was when they started to go truck to truck and begin to make arrests. They have another position just beyond it, about 2 kilometers to the north, at a CP train crossing. I don't know that I should get any closer.
Okay.
I don't want to impede them if they decide to come in here. I don't want to be arrested. I've got my press identification here, so I'm hoping that I can just keep my camera on events and bring the story and not get in anybody's way. I obviously don't know what the RCMP are planning to do, and if they plan to come forward or move to the beginning of the trucks. I'm actually I'm past where the trucks start now, so I don't want to go any further and get into anybody's way.
Okay. Looks like there's a comment here from RCMP. They are going to begin to take enforcement action. Obviously, we've seen that happening. Anyone who actively blocks a highway or aids, counsels, or directs a highway to be blocked may be subject to arrest and charged under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act. Just trying to follow, you know, if there's been any statements from politicians, perhaps Kenny. We're just trying to figure out if there has been any kind of statements there. Haven't heard anything yet. James, as far as the presence there, I have heard from a number of people that there is a heavy presence of RCMP and law enforcement officers. Do you have a number? Do you have an idea of what we're talking about here?
No, you know, I tried counting them earlier. I think there was about 50 officers that were walking at one point in time. They've all gone back now into their vehicles, so it would be hard to get a count. But you know, just looking here, there's 5, 9. You know, there's got to be about 15 or 25 vehicles just here, and then probably another 25 a little bit further back at the train crossing there. It's hard to estimate. I can't really see into the vehicles how many members are actually in those vehicles there. No, I can't get a clear idea. But I mean, this is definitely a lot more police presence than what we've seen earlier. There's been sporadic units here and there throughout the protest site. They've been moving through, talking to protesters. They've been talking to the families that have shown up and the supporters that have shown up. There's been 5 or 6 vehicles circling around through town on a regular basis, but nothing like this. No show of force like this.
Carla has a comment here. There's been no blocking of traffic that want to pass. Stop spreading hatred. Someone else comments that it's amazing how you can only find one live stream to watch. Let's see here. Tammy Lee says, God, I love Alberta. Okay, so Dale says, nice, RCMP, they pulled a fake to see what the protesters will do. I'm thinking they now know who's committed. So yeah, and as you said, James, just as for anyone who just joined us, just as the officers came in force to the beginning, or the front trucks of the blockade, there was a massive convergence of farm trucks, farm equipment, tractors, things like that. It sounds like they got past a blockade that the RCMP have set up just north of the blockade. And it sounds like, James, that there have been a number of groups coming to join the blockade that the RCMP have been restricting from being able to get to them. And there's a number of areas where I hear those barriers have been set up by RCMP. One just south of Milk River, and again on Highway 500, or the 500 as we refer to it. Do you know anything about those blockades?
The Milk River blockade has been there for basically since Friday. It started out as
It's not just me or my word, it's me and my word and my video and all of you that have seen it. So yeah, I appreciate it, I really do, but right now I'm good, and I'd much rather, if you're happy with the content, just share it and stick around until this obviously won't go on forever, but I'm all about making content, and I will try and keep you entertained. All right, we're off. Oh, those stairs feel like they might as well be 10 flights right now. Do any of you watch IRL streaming? Do you know what TTS is? Like where you got a Bluetooth speaker and that way people in chat, viewers, can donate $3, type what you want to type, and then it reads it out as words over the speaker that I carry with me, and that allows you the opportunity to be there and be heard. And when I'm equipped to do that, and I'm out making great content on tour, I'll be okay with taking tips. But right now I feel like there's nothing being offered back to you. And I'm not really good with donations like that. I'm a farmer. I've worked for every single thing I have, sun up to sundown, hard. I got a lot of pride and values. And I have been making YouTube videos for a long, long time. I have never had like any fundraisers or anything like that on here. The other problem is that while I've been spending the last few years busting sex offenders on YouTube, we've also, I'm part of a group and we've been busting GoFundMe scammers and that too. So a lot of people know me, and it doesn't really look good if I tell them to give it a break with their scams and their GoFundMes and all that, and then I'm out getting people paying me just to walk around and talk. The optics of it aren't very good. Winnipeg! Yes, I've been thinking about Winnipeg for the last few days. I haven't been there yet, but down here, people refer to it as Winterpeg, because apparently it is really, really cold. And it has been really, really cold down here for the last few days, so I was wondering if that's what Winterpeg felt like. Anyhow, I'm glad you're here. We love you, Winnipeg. We got a good old jamboree. Yeah. Hope that's not some copyrighted music. Gotta talk over it again so I don't get struck. The music's great, it's hard to stream with it. Not enough air horns. Less cowbell, more air horns. Oh, here we go.
You can be born again. You can be born again with a new spirit, the Spirit of God, Jesus Christ. And we thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. He has set me free. I had addiction for 15 years, and the true living God touched me and set me free. He gave freedom in my heart. And I praise God today. I lift up Him. He is the Lord of Lords. He is the King of Kings. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. Thank you, Father. God, you say that we are new creations, that we are brand new, that we have been set free. We thank you for the grace and mercy. Set free.
death fluid matters. They got death fluid all over here. They're getting it away. They have antifreeze and death fluid. That's funny though. Death fluid matters. Truck's blocked by the excavator. I'm trying to remember where that is. By an excavator? Huh. There's a lot of bridges around here. Let's go, Brando! Yep, that's right. 90% of truckers are vaxxed. How many kilometers have I walked? More than I've ever walked in my life, because I've been a mechanic and a farmer my whole life, so I usually walk from sun up to sundown. I've never had my legs feel like they were going to give out until now. So more than usual, let's just say that. It'd be actually kind of interesting to see if I could get an app on my phone that would calculate all that, because I have no idea. I've either walked a hell of a lot, or my legs just decided that now they're old. They don't really like this. There's that terrible sidewalk covered in crap and butts and litter and just terrible. The damn city owned snowplows can't get in here to clean it up. It's a hazard for the people trying to get through here that aren't part of the protest. Uh-oh, uh-oh, look at that. Lies, lies. A huge blizzard. They're actually hoping for a blizzard, because if a blizzard comes, they're saying that all the trucks that are being blocked from getting up here right now, they'll have to let them up here so they can clean the streets down there. Jump up on a flat deck? You know, I probably would, but I kind of live by the law that there's few things in life you don't touch if they don't belong to you. One is a man's hat, one is a man's woman, and one is a man's truck. So if I could find permission to jump up there, I would. Well, this one says no restrictions. I wonder if that includes jumping up on his flathead. Right on. Honestly, maybe tomorrow. Maybe at the start of the day. I don't even know if my damn legs will get me up there. I might just end up on the ground like crumpled stiltskin. I'm not sure. Thank you. I'm going down to where I think the excavator is. Blackface man forever. That sounds like a badass engine over there. I don't see the excavator down there. It must be down here. They're definitely trying to put a huge gap in the convoy. Right now there is probably, I don't know, about a third of a kilometer gap in between all the trucks. They did that with their goofy little barricade. We need a truck with, what do you call that, like a cattle pusher in the front? I bet you a truck with a cattle pusher in the front will make quick mincemeat of that barricade. Just pick her up and kick her right to the side. There goes that idea. Sorry, not sorry. Actually looks like their stupid barricade's gone. A Kermit pusher. Love you too, Legate. Sorry, I couldn't finish seeing your name. Love all of you. Thank you very much for being here. You're the best. You're the absolute best. One of these times I'm going to be here and we are going to catch the moment when all hell breaks loose. And we find out who the real Canadian cops are. Are you a cop first or a Canadian first? Obama had a red line in the sand, yeah.
I'm gonna take a photo of that.
Interview some of the people. Okay, I will. I need to freaking sit down for a minute. find somewhere where it's better for interviewing people. Not the golden brown, that's funny. Manitoba boys are here with their cowboy hats. That's pretty cool. Manitoba is right beside me. I didn't realize they wore cowboy hats there. I thought I had to go much further out west. But this is why I'm going on a tour in an RV to learn everything about this country. There's more food. Alright, I found it. Is that what you were talking about? The construction equipment there? That's funny. They put that thing there like, oh my god, they'll never be able to move this. I wonder if they know that all of them use the same key. Freaking master key. There's probably 100. Actually, I have a key for that in my pocket right now. I got a key for case, cat, deer. I sound like Kermit the Frog because I have no voice. I've been yelling here for days. Blackface Daddy. Yeah, get it trending. Hashtag Blackface Daddy. Get her done. Let's see how we can get that rocking and rolling. Whew. Oh my god. I really need to find a place and sit down for a minute. No loitering area under surveillance. I'm not loitering, I'm just sitting for a minute. He's sitting against the damn law. If you came to my place, I would let you sit for a minute, you know? I wouldn't even stare at you with cameras and put up nasty signs to try and scare you away. You know what's funny? Is somebody showed me the other day that the White House YouTube channel, they were turning off comments too. Like, what do you think you're doing? Holy smokes. There's a tow truck. He ain't moving no heavy trucks though. That looks like Gervais. Gervais does have a heavy wrecker. Wonder if these cowards down here at CTV are ready to come out and tell the truth. Probably not. Yeah, they did a really good job breaking up that convoy. I don't know what they think that's going to achieve though. You know, you could put 1,000 trucks on any street and screw things up. You know, they're just going to move the problem from one street to another. That doesn't make much sense. Maybe they should just come up with a solution. And the solution is pretty damn easy. Give them what they want. Alright guys, I'm really sorry. I gotta put this camera down for a minute and sit. Oh my god, my legs are burnt. That was pretty cool. Somebody was telling me that yesterday when I put the camera down to have my poutine, it was pointed at Rock Junction, and a whole bunch of you recognize that store. That's cool. Super cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill here for a minute, and then when I get up, I'll go and interview some people, see what's going on. Oh. Sophie Trudeau. Trudeau, the trucks with the excavators are way out, like down on the bridge to Quebec. If I knew where they were, I would drive there. There's supposed to be trucks all over the place, but I have no idea how to get there. Poutine for PM. I just passed the bench. I'm sitting on a bench. You mean a different bench? I have no doubt that there's an Elon donation. IP2, no way! I love you, IP2. There's only 1,000 trucks here, but there was 44,000 trucks that went through here. What do you think? You see, a lot of people think that, oh, these guys just have nothing to do. They don't have mortgages or truck payments or families at home. So you think that they're just going to be like...
Would you have a rolling paper?
A rolling paper? Yeah, I do. Do I?
I'm not in a rush. Just find it there.
Shit, I think they're in my video camera bag, not my wallet.
I'm trying to avoid having to buy a whole pack of them.
Yeah.
I even asked right in the store that cannabis. No, we don't have one.
No, shit. I don't have one, man. Sorry.
No? Okay.
Usually I do. I just didn't bring my video camera bag because I'm live streaming from the phone.
Yeah.
No problem.
I got one. I might have to break down and buy a pack.
Yeah. It sucks buying them in weather like this because they all stick together. Yeah. IP2 Next Quest. Oh, you better believe that old stunt dummy here has been talking to Mr. Tickler, who's already part of the network. But we've got plans to make chicken look real bad. There might be a new content god in town. We're just getting started. But we are definitely looking to do a Canadian takeover with the RV trip. And yeah, lots of content. I'm not a junkie, I don't drink. I smoke weed at night, only after all the work's done, and content is work. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you, IP2. Tickler sent you? Right on. I love Tickler. Absolutely love that guy. Me and him have very similar style, very similar interests and all that good stuff. And yeah, I'm a fan. It's actually like Tickler that got me into even thinking about doing this. And then it advanced really quick. I was like, oh, this guy's cool. He streams not far from me. He's only like, I think 3 or 4 hours away, which is driving distance. Russia, we love you, Russia. Please don't stop. Try not to stunt on me. Listen to A&R video. I don't know who A&R is. I don't really consider weed a drug. Do you consider cigarettes a drug? Because I don't smoke cigarettes and I don't consider them a drug. Or alcohol. To me, a drug is something that interferes with your life. And weed does not interfere with my life. I have a ton of education, a ton of accomplishments. I'm able to support myself and others. Everything I own is paid off. I have good credit. What reason do I have to not smoke weed? I'll give you a reason that I have to smoke weed. My name is Stunt on me because I've done a lot of dumb stunts in my life, including falling off a roof, smashing my foot to pieces, and walking on it since 2007 without having it put together with pins and plates and screws and stuff. And as you can see, I do a lot of work and a lot of walking. So when I'm done here, I'm absolutely not going to let anybody let me feel guilty for going home and smoking a joint. Not even when it was illegal. It's like, whatever, you know, like, I don't know why it was illegal, because absolutely everybody here grows and smokes. Everybody. It's crazy. The first place I bought in the country on a mountain road, 7 neighbors were around me and all 7 of them grew before it was legal. Anyhow, that's that. You know, I'm responsible and stuff. I don't really care about weed being considered a drug. If you do, then that's on you. I don't even take Tylenol though. I smoke weed to deal with the arthritis in my foot. And if you go watch my videos, you'll see I got a broken hand too. I broke the palm of my hand in half. And here I am walking probably 100 miles in the last 3 days, holding a phone up with my broken hand. So no, I don't really worry about taking a joint and going to bed, because I haven't touched a painkiller since 2007. And that's what happened. I fell off a roof. I broke my foot and my ankle and my knee and all that stuff to pieces. It wasn't a workplace accident, so I wasn't going to have WSIB paying for my bills. And I had to work, and I had a kid to raise. So I was just like, whatever, put on a really tight shoe and walked on crutches to work. I couldn't walk properly for 3 years. But yeah, when I told them I wasn't going for my surgery to get it fixed, they cut off the painkiller prescription, and we did the trick since then. You want to talk about drugs? Don't talk about weed. Talk about your government painkillers. That shit is brutal. Sugar is a drug. Yeah, sugar is a really bad drug. You know what's crazy is I understand that sugar is a drug. I try and live very healthy. I don't eat meat and stuff, and try and do like vitamins and protein shakes and all that stuff. So one time I got on this kick where I was going to cut sugar completely out of my diet, and all I did was stop drinking coffee with sugar and stop drinking soft drinks, and I ended up losing like 20 pounds in a month. That is how bad sugar is for you. It's ridiculously bad. Anyway, Black Smoke Matters, damn straight. I'm still waiting to see a train come through here rolling coal. That would be just the grand finale to all this. See everything end, have the truckers get their way, and then watch them roll out of here and head back home, blasting air horns and rolling coal. I don't care if you guys drink beer or eat sugar. I don't care at all. I just had somebody laughing at me in chat because I said I don't do drugs, but I smoke weed. So I was explaining to you why I don't really consider weed to be a drug. Okay, I'm gonna put this down. Mrs. Soup, oh my God, I knew that was you right away. Doopster, bro, get down here. Okay, I'm gonna put this phone down for a minute and stretch my fingers, and I'll be right back with you.
Yeah.
And we shall peace pipe tomorrow. We'll give it lady, and then you'll be able to do your peace pipe ceremonies at your when you're ready.
I will be. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. It's time. I remember sitting in your ceremony when we did the peace pipe in Edmonton, and just watching and watching how you did it, went about it, and I remember the vibrate. We would all stand there and just be like, ooh, like just chills. This is powerful. And once you can connect with that universal language and that universal creator, we saw miracles. We've seen the miracles happen, and let's continue those miracles here in Ottawa.
Yes, that's right.
Unbelievable. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm a little bit on fire right now. That's really hot.
For sure.
I'm just gonna step back here a little bit and come back out because I'm melting.
Keep it going?
Yeah, keep it going.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm melting. Here, I'll take that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You see, this is exactly why I don't give any kind of attention or any kind of reference to any of those people that are trying to tear me down in the media and spread lies and stuff. I've known who I am, and I know who I always have been. And I stand with the side of every person across this country. So the energy that these people are trying to get out of me, they'll never get it. I know where we stand, and I know who we are. And to have something like that is one of the most honorable things that a person can ever have. And then look at the number, 11.1 people in here. We had 11.1. That's 111. Those are angel numbers. If you know your numbers, you know what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here, and I'm just so I'm at peace.
We're honored for the people that are present and all those that have come here and those that are here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you.
That's right.
It's all about you. It's all about the children. And
It's all for the children, 100%.
Yeah, and they're the generations to come.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Hey, brother, there it is right there. My boys from Sudbury are here. They were at the teepees too. And then we've got my man. He was at the teepees with us. Say hello.
Hey, hello.
How's it going? Tell us what's your how's it been so far, brother?
Very good journey. A very, very, very good journey, and I can't wait. I can't wait to go into the new journey. This is great. They're dug 13.
Yeah. We have them. The spots will be over here, and we will go ahead and we will rebuild the healing ceremony and the teepees. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Pat King from Confederation Park, downtown Ottawa. I just can't get any better than this. I can't even wipe the smile off my face. Thank you, and thank you everybody for standing by me and understanding exactly how absolutely biblical this is. Can't make that shit up. Have a good night, guys. Love you.
We can do this. Like, I'm down in the park and I can hear all those truckers' horns going up there like crazy. I can't wait to get up there. Everybody stands up to the government. We can do this. Before I left my hometown, I drove through town with my truck. I get a lot of weird looks like I'm the crazy person. But let me tell you, on Saturday, the videos I seen, There's so many people at home now, you know, decorating their trucks up with freedom signs and the flags and, you know, doing their little convoys. It was the most amazing thing to see. And I'm glad I'm a part of it. I can't wait to get home and share some of my stories with everybody. Some of it is just, it's so hard to explain. You have to be here and see it with your own eyes. And it's amazing to see the support all over the cities and towns in every province around the world. It's just an amazing thing to see, guys. I love it. So you guys keep doing what you're doing. Standing strong, holding the line just like we are. We still got a long battle ahead of us, but we've already accomplished so much. Each and every one of you guys should be proud of the stuff that we have accomplished so far. I've talked to a lot of ladies and gentlemen here, and yes, there's a lot of people coming back this weekend. This weekend should be amazing. And guess what? I'm going to be here filming the real news. Like I said before I left, I'm going to be everybody's eyes. What I see, you will see. I'm just glad I can be a part of history, standing up for all the women and men that lost their lives, to fight for our freedoms that are being stripped away from us daily. We need to get those back, so it's my great honor to be able to stand up for them. I don't need anybody sacrificing their lives for nothing. And when I was earlier on my videos, when I did a small interview with the veterans, like, my brain is running crazy here. I forgot to thank him for his services. So if you were watching this, my apologies. And I thank you for your services. Each and every one of you veterans. We've got your back. This is our turn to rise and take care of the veterans now. Like I said, I'm new to this broadcasting and being a journalist, so I'm learning as I go as well. But remember, you need to keep sharing this. My wife is back in Facebook jail. She got out of it. A couple hours later, she was back blocked again for 24 hours. She'd love to be here, but she has underlying conditions that she can't make the trip. So I'm here for her. I had a good cry with her today because I wish she was beside me and my children. I wish they were here to witness what was happening. I know you're there, Mary. You're always at my house. You're becoming like a piece of furniture. But that's okay. I love you, Mary. So if anybody's wondering if this goes on all night, here you have it. worry, we are rising. Ha ha! Look at that! Still no damage done, guys. Look at that. You guys want to know what it's like when the sun goes down? That's okay. Those truckers on Coots, they're standing their ground. Okay, so what we're gonna need next, all the tradesmen and tradeswomen out there, you guys need to hold the line as well. Once we start standing up everywhere, we can push this faster. So all the tradesmen and tradeswomen, stand up. Make some noise, be heard. So share this out, guys. If we can get everybody on board, we can lift these mandates faster. So share it out there, guys. Everybody needs to be heard. Everybody needs to stand up. Every tradesman, tradeswoman, everywhere. Come on, guys, do your part. If we can do this, so can you. Yes, I know it's going to cause chaos, but it needs to be done. Sandra Lynn, I am home. Canada is my home. And Canada, we are going to take it back. If you don't like what you see, you're more than welcome to go sit on Trudeau's platform and see what he's doing. Just remember, Trudeau has drawn the line in the sand a long time ago. And now we, the people, are standing up. And they don't like that. But just remember, The people that comes on this live feed with negative stuff, they're just over here seeing what's happening. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to come on our side. So just show them the love, guys. Show them the love. If we can get tradeswomen and tradesmen in Ottawa, come on down. The more the better. The more the better. I know where I'm supposed to be, right here in Ottawa, standing up for each and every one of you men and women and the children. I want to make sure, oh thanks, thank you Horn. I want to make sure when I go that I'm leaving a peaceful country for my children and my grandkids and their grandkids and so on. Hey! Good, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm surviving.
Where are you parked?
Way down at the end, like the bottom of the hill.
How many's down there?
Oh, right now it's probably only about,
That's what Ken was saying. I walked down, I didn't walk all the way. It's like, I keep walking, there's nothing.
I walk down, the trees are hiding.
So are they not letting you guys up? So what you guys need to do is come out of there and get down one of these other roads. So you guys are holding that end down there? Right on. Okay, we'll hold the line. All right. Well, maybe tomorrow I'll have to walk down a little further. I thought I was heading that way, but apparently I missed it. So. All right. I'll come down and see you guys tomorrow. So apparently earlier when I was
down 2 blocks, and you're right at the wings of the government.
Absolutely. They do. Well, we've brought attention to the entire world about what's happening in Canada, and nobody knows what's really going on.
I check TikTok. I see TikTok. I see Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm not, guys. I'm native. First Nation.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
So I'm 100% guy.
Yeah.
And I was there the first day you guys showed up.
Yeah. Is that a good show, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see. Are you hungry? You want some food? Help yourself. Aaron, do we have hand warmers?
Yeah, I do have hand warmers.
Oh, hey, I will have a hand warmers.
Who needs hand warmers? Right here. There's some hand warmers. We got some hand warmers.
Do you guys know anybody in the area that's in need of food? That's pretty far up. We don't have room for all of us in the truck, so that's why we came here to drop some stuff off so we can all get back.
Come on, guys, come on. Grab lots of food. Come on.
You pull.
No, take
I don't
more,
have 2
more.
hands. I gotta pull this. Where is it? So see this thing right here? Yeah. You just pull on it, and then same with the opposite side. You just tear it. Okay. There you go. Put that in your hand, and that's it.
Anybody wants a bag? Here, I'll hold this for you. Help yourself. What would you like? Let me help you.
Well, like I said, just a block away, like George Street.
Yeah, George, left.
Yeah, and you'll see the Salvation Army.
Okay.
And it's perfect.
Yeah, do you guys want a case of water or something?
I'm fine, thank you. But keep up the good work. Don't give up.
We're not giving up. We've come too far. It's been too long. We can't give up.
Yeah.
We're done. I don't want to have to come back here for this shit, you know?
No.
So, like, I got kids at home that deserve better than what they're getting. Right? We all do. All of us.
I'm a grandfather, so like.
Yeah, so I'm sure you can relate.
Yeah, I'm a grandfather. I have 3 kids. They're all adults now. So
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm behind you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So because of all the donations, we have more than we can handle. We have way too much food. So we decided to give back to the local community here in Ottawa. Unfortunately, the mission won't take it because of COVID. So I mean, it should speak for itself, really.
Pretty sad. It's pretty sad.
It is sad. These guys are all out in the cold, and so we're just trying to help out, do what we can. I mean, we're here. We're visitors in their city. Everybody's in support. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just gonna go around. We're gonna go do the Salvation Army after. If you guys have food and you want to bring it down to Centennial Park for the drivers, you're more than welcome to. But I know they have a lot of food. They have some reefer trucks full. Instead of letting this stuff go bad, we're gonna give it out, and that's all we can do. We have to show support to everybody. We are Canadian, and this is what we're all about.
Grab the whole box. Take the whole box. Take the whole box. There's another one there. Take the whole box. Soups. You got microwave? Get these things up. They're great. Them up, they're great. I got soups. Anybody want soups? Soups? Let's go, lots of food. Very good. More soups? Okay for now. We got lots of soups. Anybody want soup? What? They don't have it. You don't have a can opener in there?
These good ones?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Really?
Yeah, they're delicious. The Cajun chicken is really good.
Yeah, I get for my crackers.
Grab some cinnamon buns too.
Want some crackers? Grab a bottle of water. Grab 10 bottles of water. Want cheese? Anybody cheese? Like cheese? No, help yourself. Take. Take a whole box. All those little boxes are all smoothies. Take a whole
English muffins?
Did you want to?
Sorry?
Did you want to?
Him.
You want a shopping bag or
You have some meat. Do you want some muffins for your meat? I'm okay for now. I'm having meat. I'm just there. Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. And thank him. He came from Perry Sound.
Thank you, my friend.
Oh, you're very welcome. Very welcome. Did you get some meat?
Huh? Awesome. It's really sad these guys have to stay outside. I've been outside for days and it's cold, but we're fortunate enough to go somewhere to sleep. So, I mean, it's really sad that they can't go inside anywhere, and it's especially sad that they won't take the food here. They're following protocol, which is understandable to an extent, I guess, but you gotta have a heart, so thank God for people like Aaron that are here driving 8 hours just to come donate food and fuel. And like I said, we have more than enough for the trucks. Instead of letting this stuff go bad, we're going to give it to the less fortunate. It's the least we can do. They're very supportive of us and our demonstration. Because if this doesn't end, they suffer even more than all of us. A lot of places aren't even letting people in if they're not vaccinated, so they got to sleep outside, and it's disgusting. It's not right, and we got to pray for them, and we got to help them. We're doing all we can.
eating some of those cookies on the way down. They're freaking amazing. Thanks so much, me. Everybody? Lunch meat?
So it looks like they're all just heading back inside with the food that the shelter wouldn't take, but they're letting the residents take it in, so that's good. Hey, ladies, want some food?
No, it's okay.
Got a ton of DEF fluid in here too for the trucks. We're gonna fill up this slip tank. I think it holds 300 liters. So tomorrow, I guess we're gonna go around, try to top up some trucks.
You got toothpaste?
I guess not. I hope you didn't get in trouble for bringing it in there. They will be.
Grab more. Fill your fridge, brother. Fill your fridge. We're all in this together. Finish your, take your time. Finish your cinnamon roll.
Hungry? Help yourself. Go ahead. Anything you want. Anything. Cinnamon rolls? No problem. Yeah, take what you need.
Okay. Thank you, my friend.
No, you're welcome.
You're very good, man.
We have to stick together, right?
Yeah.
We have to do this together. The only way all this stuff that's happening is going to end if we work together, all of us, and that's why we're here.
You're very good.
Thank you.
You're very good.
This gentleman drove 8 hours to come here.
Oh, yeah. 8 hours.
8 hours to come here for this.
Oh, yeah. Very good. I'm hungry.
Want cookies? Cookies? There's a Salvation Army. Well, you know where the Salvation Army is? On George Street, I think.
Yeah. Anybody a loaf of bread?
Well, instead of watching the news, you guys should start watching us. We show you what's really happening out here. We don't just go to the party scenes, we go all over. We show you where the trucks are hiding. Not deliberately hiding, but because the police are blocking us, not letting the trucks in. And the mainstream media is only reporting on certain things. They're showing you all the negative stuff, and they're straight up lying. I mean, like literally just lying to us. Well, not to us because we're here, but to you guys, they're lying. So there was a few hit pieces done. I think Trudeau might have mentioned something about it. I avoid watching him as much as possible, but apparently some of these protesters, the fringe minority, were harassing shelters and stealing food from the homeless, and that's simply not true. We have more than enough food donated generously from people like you guys watching, and we have more than enough now. Our truckers' bellies are full, and instead of holding and hoarding all this food, we're gonna give it back. So anything we can give back, we will.
Just want to do some traffic control here because they're getting a little close to you.
Yeah, they are getting kind of close. Well, again, thank God for people like Aaron here, driving from Parry Sound by himself, sitting in parking lots at places like Walmart and I think he said Freshco, with a sign that said donations for truckers, not realizing that we have more than enough right now. Came all the way up here with a box full of food and DEF fluid, and we're gonna distribute it accordingly. Whoever needs it is more than welcome to take it. And if anybody's cold and in need of shelter, head on down to Centennial Park. We'll hook you up. We got burn barrels going, fires going all night. You're more than welcome to come, stay warm up by the fire, and get your belly full.
There's lots still here. Like, help yourself. Sure. Grab it. Grab.
What do you want? This here? Yeah. Is that what you want? Yeah, please. Thank you. There's also a couple of things here. I don't know if you have a microwave or if you want, but these are pretty good to microwave. I just use the microwave.
Take more than you need.
It's all free for you.
Share it out.
As much as you want. Take it all. These are, Did you get some water? Okay, I think we gave out on the hand warmers, no?
I'm not sure. You hungry, brother?
Yeah.
Help yourself, man. Take what you want.
Help yourself.
Take more than you need.
Yeah, I know. Sure, brother. You sure? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, it's just. Oh, I got it. One sec, my hands are fucking pretty bad. You want some craft dinner? How about some soups? Smoothies? I got smoothies. Well, you just, when they thaw, you drink them. There, grab a whole box. Take 6. No problem. You like craft dinner? No, it's not. You have to make it.
Smoothies?
Yeah, right here, brother.
Full box.
Have a good night, brother.
whatever you need.
Take your time. Whatever you want. You sure that's all you want? Take some more stuff, put it in the box. Hey, how about a snack? Take the box, put some more stuff in. Want another snack? One of these? You want another one of these? Where else do we go? Oh, you're very welcome, sir. You're very good, man. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Where are you from, you? I'm sorry? Where are you from? Perry Sound. Perry Sound. Perry Sound. North.
God bless, brother.
Take care.
Stay safe.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Good night. Stay warm, okay? Do your best. Stay warm.
Do they have a curfew? They do, but is it curfew time? Maybe it's curfew time. Oh no, you mean curfew because of the streets because of COVID? Not curfew because of COVID or.
No, there's nothing like that. I think they're just trying to get out of the cold.
Anybody else or not?
I don't think so. I was told there's a Salvation Army on George Street. They took quite a bit, but there's still a ton of food here. Did you clear up room in the front?
I think so. If not, I can just throw things. How far was the Salvation Army?
He said it's 2 or 3 blocks up on George.
Okay.
So I'll just end this live and then we can GPS it.
Okay.
Hey, good to pack up then, I guess. Hey guys, we're gonna do this a little bit more.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
No, we warmed their hearts and we filled their bellies.
How much to take?
Yeah, they're very, very conservative with it. They think they're taking too much. We're all just people trying to live. All of us. Can you grab that?
Did you give him your gloves?
Yeah.
I've got gloves.
I think I got an extra pair in my bag.
Sorry, I didn't know my finger was there.
I've been living in my truck for the last.
No, I was looking at him. He kept blowing his hands. I'm like, I know what that's like.
He said he has frostbite on his hands.
Yeah, I looked at him. His fingertips are pretty black.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna end this. We're gonna go look for the Salvation Army. Man, I feel so bad for these people. It's freezing out. You don't really take it into consideration until you're out here and you really see what's going on. Don't take things for granted, guys. If you have a house, be thankful. If you got food, be thankful. And we're working on the freedom part. We don't really have much of that, but be thankful for the good men and women that traveled across the country to come here to fight for everybody. This isn't just a truckers thing anymore, right? This is for all of us.
You guys want hand warmers?
Okay, I gotta say bye for now, but stay up to date. Check out the Rise Up Durham page. Keep following Dermot here. check me out, Brandon Austin. We're going to be doing all sorts of runs like this, doing as much as we can. We got to give back to the people of Ottawa. They've been nothing but kind and supportive. They've welcomed us with open arms. I mean, you get the odd few people that don't want us here. This is a majority of people that live here are kind of pretty liberal. So,
and I think Canada as a country has spoken. They want us here. They want us here.
You can't
from all over the country to come here.
Yeah,
the world is watching right now. The world is watching what's happening here. This is happening in Australia. It's happening in France. It's happening in so many countries in the world now, where all these truckers are coming together and they're saying no more, end these mandates. And that's what it's about. It's about ending the mandates. It's not about anything else.
Yep.
End the mandates.
Yeah, whether you're vaccinated or not, or wear a mask, or it doesn't matter. This isn't about that at all. And that's the message we're trying to portray to the public. The news is hiding us. So that's why we got to keep sharing stuff like this. Anytime you see us go live, share it. If you want to restream it on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, you're more than welcome to. And if you can make a couple bucks off of it, good for you guys. Just make sure you give back to the little people, because that's all what all this is about, right? This is unity, and it's good for everybody. So. I guess you gotta come back for a little bit more. That's okay. We keep saying take more than you need, because there's a lot of people that they share with. These are the type of people that'll give you the coat off their back, even though they have nothing else. And that's what it's all about. Getting together, respecting each other, loving each other. Just gotta keep praying for everybody, because love wins, God wins every time. So keep checking. We're gonna be live as much as possible. We're gonna take our stroll down the roads, see all the trucks, probably get some interviews with some drivers, and we're gonna bring you the news that the mainstream isn't showing. So yeah, okay, bye for now, guys.
Oh, Kelly, baby, I am home.
Hungry for truth. And I'm telling you, I know it's true because I've experienced it. And I've prayed for many people, and I've seen miracles. I've seen blind eyes open. I've seen people get out of wheelchairs. I've seen it.
That's okay. We were all guilty of watching the fake news. We were all guilty of it. I watch it myself, just to see the next crazy stuff they're gonna throw at us. It's the only reason I watch it. I love watching Tucker Carlson because his laugh just, go brighten a room, his laugh. He's just hilarious. Yes, and Fox News, they do swing both sides too, but they seem to be, shooting out more of the truth than negative stuff. So I'll keep saying it, guys. Anybody that's new on here, keep sharing this stuff out. They try to shut our live feeds down constantly. And if you get blocked on Facebook, well, then you know you were doing your job, right? They hate the truth. Oh, I just had a message, says they were some glad to meet me. I'm almost starting to feel like a celebrity. But that's not the reason I'm down here. I'm just down here showing you guys the truth.
Yeah, I did
If you've been blocked from Facebook for sharing anything, that means that you were sharing the truth and they don't like it. That's why you're blocked. Just remember that. We're just showing you how corrupt the media is. Bought and paid for by the government. Well, you're more than welcome. I enjoy sharing this with you guys. I even stayed later in the city just to show you guys what it's like at nighttime. And if anybody's wondering, it's 7:40 p.m. People keep coming, keep going, trucks keep coming in. Well, if people don't want to watch the real news, they're more than welcome to go watch Global. They can fill their head up with misinformation. Those are the ones that are coming on here telling us bad stuff, right? I just watched on Global, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Trudeau's showing his true colors, right? A real prime minister would have already came out and spoke to us peaceful protesters. That's a true prime minister, but we don't have one of them. So it's still going to be like this for a few hours down here. I don't normally stay this late down here. So there you guys have it, a little taste of what it's like when it gets dark here. All the trucks' lights are lit up and stuff. It's amazing to see so many people coming together. It's absolutely amazing. So right now I'm just going to make my way back to my vehicle. Am I on the right street? Yeah, Metcalf, I'm on the right one. And then it's time to get back and have a shower and kick my feet up. Get some rest. Come back tomorrow and let the news flow again. I'm definitely getting my exercise. That's all. So the sooner Mr. Fancy Socks comes out and addresses us and drops these mandates, we can all go home. And then we can celebrate. We can celebrate then. But for now, we still got a lot of work to do. We have still got a long road ahead of us. So till then, we're just going to hold the line. We're not moving. We're still sneaking trucks into the city. Still being peaceful. That's just the way it is. So for now, I'm just about back to my truck here. And I'm going to call it a night. And I will be back on tomorrow. So I'll just share the crap out of this, guys. Whoever's donated to my GoFundMe page, greatly appreciative of that. It keeps me here, it keeps my data running. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So give everybody a hug. Love you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow.
All right, I don't see any horse crap here, so we're gonna hang a left and go back up to the convoy. Oh shit, we're at BMO again. Whoops. There she is. Still didn't find out what it was. 161. 161 Sparks Street. If you guys want to look up and see what that entrance is labeled as on Google, the side of the building says BMO, Bank of Montreal. But here we are, Sparks Street. Sparks like a fire. 161. There's no, actually it says Bank of Montreal way up there. It says it on all sides of the building. Maybe it is Bank of Montreal. Their budget truck is now gone. Wonder if they would be okay with me borrowing one of their pylons, seeing as I couldn't get me a megaphone. That definitely helps. Although I'm being a little bit of a heat score doing it right beside their door. Oh my god, they got a camera right there watching me. For sure. Shit, they got another one right there. Right there. Interesting. Very, very interesting. On one hand, I really want to know what in the hell they were loading in there. And on the other hand, I hope I don't have to know. The truckers broke through the Alberta Highway Police roadblock. Yes, Alberta! Woo! There you go, a little celebration for Alberta. Good news, get her done, boys! Nice and safe with the family. Toronto, yes. Trudy's Truck Stop. I absolutely love that comment. I love that truck. I like it. Oh my God, they're selling sweaters. This is awesome. If Rock Junction was smart, they would have been doing this. They got a t-shirt machine right there. This is awesome. And the tinfoil hat. I love it. have a permit for that open fire. Tyrants will insist, even though fire was one of the first things we invented, figured out, it was essential to getting where we are now. But no, God forbid you have a fire without a permit. The fire is racist. Yeah, that's funny. All right, let's go see what's going on up here. I might go check out the bridge to Quebec and see if they're still being blocked off there. I believe that was King Edward. Yeah. The buildings will be next in flames. I don't think so. I really don't think so. But you never know. You know, another movement that's not quite so peaceful could come, pretend that they're part of this one and do some crazy shit that nobody here approves of. I'm actually wondering, like, that guy called me a Nazi after walking right through the protest and no sign of Nazi flags anywhere. It makes me wonder if he wasn't the one flying the stupid Nazi flag, then gets one of his friends to take a picture of it and sends it to the news. It's actually got me so pissed off that I'm thinking about coming down here tomorrow with a big ass sign that says "fuck Nazis." I love that horn. No more mandates. All right. Barricade box. What in the world? I have no idea what they're doing. Support truckers. Hell yeah. Truck yeah. Alberta proud. Oh, they got stairs. Whoa! Whoa! Here's a big ass door. Freedom! No! They didn't want to let me through. That's all right. Let's go down here and see some normies with some horns. Not normies, just not truckers. We got support. big time. This guy's sideways in the road. What do we have here? Look at this. Oh my God, they got samosas. That is my favorite. I love samosas. And falafels and shawarmas and donairs. Yum! I've been on like a Lebanese falafel shawarma diet for a little bit now. The garlic potatoes and that white sauce. Oh my God. Damn good stuff. I could sure go for a samosa right about now. I think he said something to me, but I didn't hear him. Peace. Yes, sir. Damn, that sounds good. Keep on trucking! Yeah! How did these guys get in? How are they getting in? I don't get it. The cops had the road barricaded, and now they're on the other side of the barricade again. We're gonna go down to the bridge to Quebec, show those boys some love. Actually, I keep saying boys, but there's definitely women truckers here too. It's a bad habit. I do apologize. It's unintentional. Mad respect for women who do these jobs, and I do not mean to leave you out. Park them. That is a good idea. Park them all. Samosas equal deep government? Yeah, I don't think so. Samosas are great. They used to, well, the restaurant's still up here. Like I told you earlier, I used to live downtown. I've done my fair share of being disturbed while paying rent. It's something that comes with moving downtown. If you want to see, if you want to live in the center of the action, don't be surprised when you're at the center of the action. That's just stupid. Anyhow, up here there's an Indian restaurant, and way back in the day when I used to live here, I used to walk down this street and they had samosas for 50 cents. You could literally spend $1, and that was a great meal. All right, it's a little bit far of a walk to the bridge in Quebec, but we'll go see. Oh. Get some samosas. I think they were free. They were just sitting in a basket, like anybody can take one. Every bit of food I've seen down here so far has been free. I don't know, the truckers can't leave, so I wouldn't really feel right taking something that they might enjoy, you know? Shawarmas, tzatziki sauce, and hummus. Oh yes. I am a huge fan of hummus. I eat a lot of beans. I'm vegetarian, so I find that Lebanese food has the most flavor without the need for meat. And I'm sorry to all you Albertans. It's just the way it is. I grew up on a farm and I raised cows and got calves to drink water after getting them off the milk bottle. I've made applesauce and brought it down to the horses. And those animals became not my friends, but I definitely was attached to them. And kind of changed me. Oh, Subway, you smell so good. Not as good as samosas, but pretty damn close. Oh, my legs feel like they're just gonna give up. 10 years vegetarian, the best. It's not just to do with growing up on a farm. You know, my dad also grew up on a farm and he could friggin' cut the head off of a chicken and in the same day put it on the table for dinner. I'm like, what are you doing? I can't do that. So I can buy a meal. Or you want to see how much money I have in my wallet right now? There's a reason that I haven't given out my PayPal or anything. I appreciate it, but I don't really need it. I can afford to buy whatever I want to buy right now. But I told you when I shut the stream off, I had coffee and a beaver tail. I'm not really that hungry. I can get a meal, I have money. I'm kind of holding out until I walk back to my vehicle and maybe I'll get another one of those big ass poutines. Alright, so we're in front of Ottawa Booth Center, Salvation Army. These are the people that were saying that the protest is causing them a huge problem and the people are trying to smash into there to get free food. You've seen all the food everywhere. Why would anybody come down here to do that? That just makes no sense at all. Anyhow, I'm sure that those guys really don't want to be on camera too badly, at least close where they can be identified. So I'm going to turn around and show you all the action in front of this shelter. Absolutely nothing going on. Do not believe the news. Nothing going on. That's the homeless shelter that I couldn't find earlier when I started my first stream this morning. So now I'm going to take you to the Quebec where the other homeless shelter is, if there's any action there. And you know what? Actually, to all the people who are saying, oh my God, you know, people got to live down there, blah, blah, blah. You know, when I was in college, the first apartment I rented was down here on Bruyere Street. B-R-U-Y-E-R-E. Look it up. And after I signed the lease and renovated the place because it was a rental office originally on the ground floor with a private entrance, I renovated it and everything, got going in my studies in college, and then I found out that there was a homeless shelter around the corner and that there was going to be needles in my front doorway every day, and there was going to be people screaming and hooting and hollering and fighting in the park across the street every night. Made it real hard to study. You know what I didn't do? Complain. You know what I did do? Move. That's kind of the way it goes. If you're dumb enough to move yourself into an area that you may not like down the road, then that's on you. It kills me when you hear people complaining about horse crap on the road in the country. Like, what the hell did you expect when you moved here? Alright, I gotta figure out which way. I don't know. It is really, really, really quiet. Is there anyone even left there? Or is that it? Excuse me. Is that the road that goes to the bridge to Quebec? No, it's that way. It's that way? Thank you very much. Have a great day. I was going the right way. Sunday in the city. Ottawa is pretty dead in this area. Oh yeah, this is a weird store. Like, look at this store. It's called Snacks. They've got drinks, and they've got a few shelves of stuff right there. But for the most part, they got no snacks. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it is a far walk and it's kind of boring to get there. We're pretty close, but the trucks have been shut down there for a while, including this morning. And I'm sure that not many people are coming down here to give them love and attention and get their truck on a live stream. So I'm gonna do it. And we're gonna document what's going on down here, because by the time we get here, it could be anything, who knows? This is a really unpredictable situation. I don't think because of the protesters, I think because of the government. The protesters seem like they're just fine to come here and party and enjoy the air horns every single day. Big nose? I didn't call him big nose. I called him big mouth. What the hell does big nose even mean? I've never heard that. Big nose is an insult. I have a friend who has a big nose, and he gave himself the nickname Nose. So I'm not exactly sure how it's an insult. I need another restart? Oh, great. The signal should be better down here because I'm away from all the other people trying to use the signal. How bad is it? What street? Huh. I'm a little bit lost. I don't know where the bridge to Quebec is. I imagine it's that way, which is what I said to that guy. And he told me to go straight. But look how busy this street is down here. I'm going to the blockade. There's another convoy that was down here on the bridge to Ontario, bridge to Ottawa from Gatineau, Quebec. And when I first showed up here this afternoon, they had a whole bunch of trucks parked down here and they wouldn't let them through. So I'm going to see what's going on with them. Goof is a serious word here. Goof will get killed. Goof's a fighting word. What in the world is that? Hush.ca. Interesting. We've got support down here. They're driving into Quebec with an upside down flag. That's cool. Oh my God. No, they cleared it out. Those must be the trucks they let through onto that other street. Wonder if this guy will honk for us. Whoops. Pointing at the ground. Love you, truckers. Alright, well, there's not a whole lot going on down here. I'll still walk by, what do you call it? The homeless shelter. It's right here. And as you can see, there's nothing going on here either. Absolutely nothing. These homeless shelters are acting like their life's been made extremely difficult by this protest. But I'm pretty sure that since this protest started, these homeless shelters are kind of deserted all day because everyone's up there having a good time and a great meal. Okay, I'm going to, this is the Shepherds of Good Hope here too. Homeless shelter. Oh no, that's not it. It's right there. Anyhow, as you can see, there's no garbage on the ground or anything here. The stream needs a reboot. Okay, there's not much to see on the way back to the convoy anyway. Up these roads are kind of dead. So I will turn it off and give it a break for a few minutes. And I will reboot it when I get back up there. Love you too, Montreal. Yeah, exactly. The homeless never had it so good. How could they? You know, this is like bar restaurant district. Like super expensive restaurants too. And boutique stores and stuff like that. Nothing around here is free. The rent is incredibly expensive. And so are the things you purchase in those buildings. So there's not an abundance of free food down here for them ever. And as you can see from the protest, it's not just like bologna sandwiches. They got absolutely everything for free. The other day when I was there, they were even throwing chocolate bars into the crowd. Everything's free. Anyhow, I'm going to shut this down and I'll reboot it in about 10 minutes. If you're watching on a restream, the channel is Stunt Dummy. S-T-U-N-T space D-U-M-M-Y. And I will see you soon.
Still a lot of noise being made in front of Parliament. We got the competition here. They're professional though. Oh yeah. I don't see this ending anytime soon. I'm actually gonna head here. Far behind what?
Like, when I was looking at your footage.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah. No, yeah, I took a quick detour on Bank Street. I ran into a friend.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, yeah. That's getting wild, eh? You know what? I think we're going Parliament Hill. I mean, it's on and off.
It's like still big trucks.
Like right now, there seems to be a lot less enforcement around.
Yeah.
So that's good. Like right here, Parliament is just bare. There's like one guy here. Still no flame in the Centennial Flame. It's unfortunate. Because it's a beautiful part of Ottawa. Yeah, I saw that. The trucks that... Yeah, pretty much. And this truck here is wilding out. If this bus stop wasn't here, you'd be able to see a lot more people. Oh, no problem. It's my pleasure. Yo, it's all good, man. It's my pleasure. Damn, everybody's recognizing me now. Everybody recognizes me now. You should have seen my live stream earlier. Donald Trump said hi.
No way.
Yeah. He was in a Trump mask, but... And he had a piece of paper with Ottawa on it, printed. I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah. Good place to keep warm.
The flame that keeps the movement going.
So I'm going to stick around this area for a bit. Sussex and Parliament, and then maybe back down. I'm just going to stay on this street up and down a few more times.
Sussex would be interesting to see.
Anyways, if you're just tuning in, you're tuning into Ottawalks right now. Live in downtown Ottawa, here in the nation's capital. This is day 5 of protesting. Still a lot of noise, but not as much as the weekend. I could see it becoming a big event again this weekend if they're still here. So if you're interested in coming to Ottawa, come on down.
And I'm just wondering, how are your legs?
I don't feel anything. No, it's my feet hurt. Everything else, my hands are cold, feet hurt, but besides that, I'm good to go. Please like and subscribe, share, or don't. It's up to you. It's your choice.
Raw uncut footage.
Raw uncut footage of downtown Ottawa.
Yeah. This is the truth. This Ottawa, this is the truth.
Well, I just show you what I see. That's all I do.
You've been at it for 5 days.
Oh, I've been at it. I'd assume it'd be more busier up ahead, but it seems like Parliament is the place to really make a noise. Yeah, I know, that truck is beautiful. I love it. Especially with that Volvo in the middle. Yeah, really nice truck. They took over downtown. That's for damn sure.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna show everyone a different way down here. Oh wow, look at that. It's a giant fat tire unicycle. So usually when there's normal traffic here on this street, you can't just walk on the road. You're gonna have to take this path down if you're walking on the south side of Rideau Street, Wellington. Wow, thank you for the super chat. That's very generous of you.
Trucker's paradise.
Trucker's paradise. Vita Street has seemed to really thinned out. But it looks like there's still a consistent row of trucks up ahead. I'm not gonna go all the way down Rita Street, I'm just gonna head back. Well, there's nothing really past Sussex, it's all closed off. Seems like most of the vehicles are parked around the intersections, so here it's parking on a sinkhole that used to be here in downtown Ottawa. It's chained up so it won't fall in. Alright, let's head back to Parliament, check out the party. So
Yes, brother man.
sure. Someone's starting over here. Let's go check it out. Oh my god. Let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. Cops are coming now. Oh shit. Let's see what transpires up ahead. Wow. Unreal. By the way, like and subscribe. You're on AutoWalks right now. Or don't. That's up to you. These guys are jockeying for position here. Guy out or what? That was pretty wild. Pretty wild. Police just turned around. They just turned around. Saw that here on live, AutoWalks. Please subscribe, like, or don't. That's your choice. Have you noticed this barricade? Who hooked it up?
Yeah.
Police de Gatineau de la Ville. Oh my god, come on. Jeez. I guess I'll just stay there until his car explodes. See what's going on. Or is it done? Yeah, I think it's done. Sorry, folks. Sorry, folks. Crazy, eh? Crazy. Looks like these guys are giving out McDonald's. Kind of nice of them.
This is
What's that? I got in the cop too. With whom? They never take it. Want a burger or some beer? No, thanks. McDonald's. Burger, sir? McDonald's.
Yeah, no. The people know. People have been giving out food. I don't see why anyone would take from a shelter when there's so much food being passed around here.
Exactly. Why would anyone do nothing? There's a good citizen out there trying to share.
Sharing is caring. I want to thank all of you for joining me tonight. You're tuned into AutoWalks here in downtown Ottawa live. Day 5 of protest. If you're going to use my footage, either repost it with your own commentary or with your own creative change, but don't just flat out repost as a live stream, especially without giving credit.
Yes. Give credit where it's due.
If you want to reach me, I've got Facebook, Instagram, I do not have a Twitter, so I'm not affiliated with him. My email's in my YouTube bio, so you can check that out. I want to thank all of you for the nice, kind words I've been getting. Thank you all for the super chats. And thank you for joining us here in our nation's capital. I'm gonna go congregate in front of the Parliament. Maybe head down to Bank Street again, back up. We'll see. Cheers. Unfortunately, I have to work tomorrow. Unless someone can pick it up if you're watching, any coworkers. Still a lot of free food here. just tuning in, you're here in Ottawa. Yeah, sorry. If you're just tuning in, we're here live in Ottawa. Day 5 of protests. I'm Ottawax, and I want to thank you for joining me. I want to say a big thank you for all the super chats. It's very much appreciated. You guys are too kind. Too kind. I got almost 12,000 viewers at the moment. It's been fluctuating around that to from 12 to like 9, let's say, at its average peak.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
What's going on over there?
It's alright.
There's some downloading thing.
So trucks are still here, chilling.
The blockade. The truck blockade.
Yeah.